Hello. Welcome everyone to the 7th day of Tata Steel Chess 2023. This is your host Sagar Shah, and a warm welcome to all of you. Joining me very shortly is my wonderful wife today, Amruta Mokal, and we are going to have great games. For now, we are going to start with the game between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Arjun Erigaisi. Nodirbek is the leader of the tournament. Guys, today I got a bit late to start this stream because there was an amazing event that we held in Chess Base India Chess Club at the Phoenix Market City. It was the Simul by Aditya Mittal, India's 77th Grandmaster and Mumbai's second GM. And he was also felicitated by Praveen Thipse, Mumbai's first Grandmaster. So it was very nice. And then I finished there and came back, and we are here now. We are about to begin our coverage of the 7th round of the Tata Steel Masters. I'm very excited today because our Indian youngsters are all playing, and today the game is between Arjun and Nodirbek. So just so that you guys are aware about what the pairings look like. Just a second. Yeah. So today's pairings look something like this. Let me see if I can get it here. Yes, there we go. So today's pairing is Arjun Erigaisi versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Levon versus Anish already ended in a draw, very quick draw. Maksudlu versus Caruana. Caruana is on 4 out of 6. He's playing really well. Let's see if he can win today. We have Jorden versus Pragg. We have Wesley versus Gukesh. We have Magnus versus Rapport. Arey kya hi matches hai aaj. And we have Vincent Keymer versus Ding Liren. So that's how things are. I am feeling very well. Thank you so much, guys, for asking about my health. Although only one guy has asked me so many times, but my health is much better and I'm feeling good. So thank you. And also the standings, if we had to just have a very quick glimpse at that, these are the standings right now. We have Nodirbek on 4.5 out of 6, Anish and Caruana on 4 out of 6, Pragg on 3.5, Aronian on 3.5, Arjun 3, Ding 3, Maksudlu 3, and Gukesh is on 1.5. So Gukesh looking for his first win. So is Arjun. Arjun has 6 draws and Pragg has 5 draws and 1 win. Okay, should we get going? Let's start with the game between Arjun and Nodirbek. Would be really a classy game. Okay, let's get it from the beginning. I am about to get going. Just make sure that I have everything in place. Guys, are you excited? And do you think that today Arjun can stop Nodirbek? Because Nodirbek is in such great form. He has been just unbelievable. He's beaten Magnus Carlsen as well. So off we go. Mukul says, Sagar bhai, today I asked Vidit on Nihal's stream to join you for commentary, but he blocked me straight away. Is there a conflict going on? Nahi bhai. Vidit is one of my best, best people I know in chess, and I'm sure I'll try to invite him on one of the streams, but he's very busy with his own training and own chess. So we'll try to figure out a time. E4, E5. Arjun goes. Knight F3. Oh, Knight F6. It's called what? Guys, what's the name of this opening? Nodirbek wearing white shirt. I told you he wears white or black only. But today is black but still wearing white. Okay, but at least he's staying between white and black. Yes, it is known as the Petrov defense. Knight F3, Knight F6. Arjun next could take here, but instead he goes for the move D4. Okay. Knight takes E4 and Arjun takes on E5. Now Nodirbek plays d5. There's another move which is very strong, which is bishop c5. And actually this leads to some crazy lines. Just so that you know, you do this, he takes here, and then you take this, then he takes here, then you give a check, then he goes here. You know this game, right? There was this one game of Vidit, I believe, in this line. He had played with the black pieces, and that is how it had gone. And it's a very, I think it's an equal line, this one. Navin Sathe says, "Do shirt laya sirf." Are he is not, chess players. I don't know about Nodirbek, but chess players can be very, very uh, sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, can be very superstitious about things. And could be that Nodirbek is doing very well with these clothes that he's wearing and he wants to continue. But perhaps they are all different. Knight d2 played by Arjun. So he tells the knight, look, I want to take you. You take. I want to take the queen. King takes. Knight g5, attacks f7 and e4. Okay. He takes. Now Arjun can take with the bishop or the queen. He decides to take with the bishop. And goes bishop e7. Now the bishop comes to d3. Okay, look at this. These two bishops looking in this direction. In comes c5. Vidit Duda. Vidit was Duda, yeah? That line? Not so sure. No, this is not Traxler, Pallavi. There is some other opening which is Traxler. It's not this. c3 played. So, if you push the bishop away, my bishop will drop back to c2. Knight comes to c6. And now, I would imagine a normal player castling here, or playing h3. And Arjun did castle. Okay, I thought Arjun might go h3 here, but castle, so it's a normal move. Bishop g4 played. Rook e1. Castles. h3. Bishop h5. And now came this move, bishop f5 by Arjun. And I like this move actually. It's just a very, very good move. Putting the bishop here. Also, idea is to play g4. Your bishop is well placed. You also stop some f5 ideas of your opponent. Nodirbek went king h8. Maybe he wants to go f6. Queen e2. Queen b6, attacking the pawn on b2. Bishop came out to f4. And rook e8. So here's one question to all of you. My first question to you. If he takes here, and you take with the queen, and he takes on b2, why is this not so good? What should white play here? White to move. Let's see if you guys can get this one. I think black has more control in the center. Then how can be white better here? Not YouTuber. But not YouTuber. Look at this pawn on e5. That is such a brilliant pawn. It gives space. It has a lot of, space in the position. So that gives white the advantage. Okay. So the move that all of you have mentioned here and many of you, let me see. The move is... Yeah, the move is rook eb1 or rook ab1. Both are fine, but rook eb1 makes even more sense because you're not giving up the a2 pawn. So a brilliant answer here given by Arohi, Deven, Nikhil, Raghav, Unity, Rahul, Anmol, Jumma, Hitansh and Saurabh Bhanushali. Well done. And so after queen a3, you take here and the rook is very active. And with these two bishops and queen, you don't want your own queen to be far away here. So that would cause a lot of problems. Okay. Okay, Nodirbek now goes rook a e8. And Arjun brings his rook to d1, attacking this pawn on d5. He goes d4. Okay. Arjun goes g4. Okay, bishop goes back to g6. And now, you know what Arjun plays here? I think Arjun could take here on d4, cd4. That's possible. But then he goes queen c2. And very interesting chess here by Arjun. I don't exactly understand why he would do this. Like, what is the logic behind the move queen c2? But look at the time. He has 47 minutes, 1 hour for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And let's have a look at a full screen view and see how this looks. And there we have full screen view, and a little bit of a glitchy video from Nodirbek's side. He goes rook ad8 or rook ed8 maybe. Did Anish finish his game? Yes. Yadhum says, is there a novelty in this game? Let's have a look at our reference database and maybe we will be able to find out if there was a novelty or not. Arjun today has dressed up like classy Vishy Anand. You know, like they are just 14, 19 years old, 18 years old, and they are such mature individuals. It's so rare in anything else that you see in the world. By the way, Nodirbek has played rook d8, but somehow on the camera, it doesn't show. I think there is a difference of 1 minute again today. Yeah, he goes rook d8. And he's defended this pawn on d4. So my question to you is, let's say as Arjun, what will I do here? Okay, first question was, what if he had taken here? I think Arjun would not go and take this with the queen because b2 would hang. So he would take with the pawn. And that was his idea. But then why to play queen c2? Like, what is Arjun thinking? Why would he put his queen on c2? And rook d8 is a nice move by Nodirbek. I think what Arjun will do most likely, and this feels right. Guys, what do you think? Your timers are on opposite side. Okay, got it. Thanks for that. I will change it. Now it looks good. All good, all good. So, Dipanvita Banerjee says you take on g6. Dipanvita, I'm not such a big fan of this move because after fg6, rook opens up. I don't want to play that. I think a good move here maybe king g2. Just improve your king. What do you think? Almost Worthy says, Sagar, I love the dedication organizing a wonderful event today at Phoenix and back at grinding on YT and on time. Lots of love. You know, one of the brilliant things that has happened recently is that so many people in ChessBase India team are doing so much of the work that it really helps to be able to do more. For example, the ChessBase India club event of Aditya and Praveen Tipse was entirely handled by Supriya. You know, she got everyone together and all of that, sent the invites, got the players, set up everything. It was amazing. And then I did the commentary. And then when I came back here, Abhyudaya had set up the stream. He had sort of put the thumbnail and description and everything. So it really helps me to be able to do more. And that's what is amazing. Okay. Why is Arjun not looking at the board? Sometimes says Voskos. I think he's just thinking, but he loves to look at the distance and analyze. That's how he likes to do. I think he'll do king g2. That's my feeling, that he will go king g2 in this position and just improve his position slightly. Let's go and check. This is, I would say, small edge to Arjun, although I don't understand why it's an edge. It's one of those positions which is not so simple to explain. But I think mainly the e5 pawn and perhaps the ability to maybe launch an attack on the king side could be. Okay, let's go to Praggnanandhaa's game against Jorden van Forest. This is Magnus, by the way. This is Ding. Oh, Ding is playing against who? Vincent. Gukesh. And there we have Pragg versus Jorden van Forest. Look at Praggnanandhaa's banana there. He's brought with himself banana, and that's a nice thing. You know, the organizers have given space for the players to keep their stuff there. Okay, let's go through this game. And oh, by the way, you wanted to know if there was any novelty in the game of Arjun. We can check that as well very quickly. But first, let's go over Praggnanandhaa's game. So d4 by Pragg, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, knight e3, bishop f5, knight c3, a6. Okay, this is known as the Slav. E6, queen b3, attacking b7, played b5. Pragg pushed his pawn to c5. Now Pragg has, oh, Pragg goes knight e1. Knight d7, a4, e5 played, queen a3, b4. Oh, interesting. You know, one of the things that Jorden does really well is he creates some play. Like he gives this and he creates rook b8 play and then a5, and he's saying that I have got the b4 square under my control. Bishop e2, bishop e7, castles, castles, rook fd1, e4 played, and now Pragg got his knight back and bg4. So essentially what has happened here is that Praggnanandhaa is a pawn up. And why did this happen? By the way, this is the live position right now. I'm not so sure on how to continue as white, but I think if you can do like rook, you want to go b4, okay? So I like such a move because then this rook remains behind the a pawn. And if I get b4, ab, rook b4, rook b4, queen b4, you're just a pawn down as black. So one question that really begs to be answered is, when he went e5, Pragg did not want to take here with DE because then knight c5 would hang. And he did not want to take with the knight because knight takes, pawn takes, and knight d7 would mean this and this both are attacked. So he decided to play queen a3 and then b4. Was it necessary is the question actually for me. Why can't you just play this move? I'm not so sure, like, why is this position bad or something? Like, there is this possibility of playing knight a2 with the idea of knight b4 attacking c6 and a6. And that could be what Pragg wants to do here. Oh, maybe what he will do is he'll take, put bishop on a5, knight b4, and just clamp down on dark squares. It's possible. b4, queen takes, rook b8. That's why he just wanted to create play as black. That I'll play here, I'll get control over the b4 square and I'll attack you on b2. But guys, what has happened is essentially Pragg has got a free pawn. Guys, this is a huge thing. This is a huge game because Pragg, if you look at the standings, by the way, Pragg is at number 4 position. And if he manages to win this, that will be big. Big news. So he went bishop e2. And sort of Jorden, guys, I'll tell you what pawn sacrifices are like. Pawn sacrifices are like loans that have been given. So what Jorden has done is that he has given loan here and he's expecting to recover at some point. He's like long term khelenge, we'll play it slow. But Praggnanandhaa, by the way, is saying that I am not going to give you back the amount at all. This is a bad debt for you. I'm just going to go rook d b1 and I will play b4. So if take, then take. And then you play b4. Let's just imagine a sample line, okay? Like you go maybe rook e8, b4 takes, rook b4. And I feel like what is Jordan's compensation for the missing pawn? This is just a... Let's see if Pragg goes rook db. Oh man, Praggnanandhaa. Guys, Pragg OP ho jaye chat mein. Let's just have Pragg OP here because he has managed to find a great move. And he's just telling Jorden that, look, I am going to go b4 very soon. You tell me what is your idea now. And Jorden is actually, if you see, in big trouble. Jorden is that kind of a player who takes his risks, takes his chances. A pawn is very powerful after b4. Rishi Kumar, you are right. b4. Vineet Prabhu says, Arey Arjun, hello Arjun. That's very nice. There's Arjun is a very young, talented boy, Arjun Prabhu, who comes to the Chess Base India Chess Club. And while I was leaving, I told him and his father that I need to leave quickly because I have to go and do commentary. And they said, we also need to leave quickly because we also have to listen to the commentary. And that was very cool. So, and he's here. He's listening to the commentary. And that's so nice. Okay, let's go now to Gukesh's game because Pragg is clearly better. And he is angling for b4 here. Pallavi says, after black plays a5, knight a2 followed by b4 for white. Pallavi, what I feel is that in this position, because you haven't developed, if you decide to do knight a2 stuff like instantly before castles, then black can get really aggressive, like knight e4 attacking this bishop. Also an idea like g4, g5 makes some sense now because let's say you take, I can then open up the position with ed or rook g8, and I think you want to first complete your development like bishop e2, castles before going knight a2. Okay, everyone's asking how could Anish draw his game. So very quickly, let's have a look at Anish's game because yeah, how did Anish draw so quickly? We can just have a look. They played this. Anish is black. So he's not to be blamed actually for this. Take. Oh, they didn't even repeat. I think that's not allowed. Yeah, this might be, I mean, it's allowed, but it's not in the spirit of the event. So maybe, I don't know if there will be some kind of a thought by the organizers, but I think for Anish it's a great result. He's doing well in the tournament and a simple draw with black suits him very well. Let's go to Gukesh. And Wesley So has just left the board. Let's see what Gukesh did. He played e4, e5. Gukesh generally likes to open with d4. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. It's the Berlin, d3, anti-Berlin, c3, castles, d5, ed, queen d5, bishop c4. Okay. I want to check this opening actually. It's very unusual actually what Gukesh has done. I think it's not the most common way to play. So if we can go here and if I can get a board. And guys, joining me all the way from the bedroom here, Amruta Mokal. Hello, Amruta, how are you?
Hi Sagar, I'm good. Yeah, it was a long journey from that room to this room. So
Everyone was asking for you today. Where is Amruta? Where is Amruta? So
I'm here.
It's good to see you.
Absolutely.
And Amruta, we are looking
How
at
interesting
Gukesh.
are the games going on?
Very interesting. We are looking at Gukesh's game.
Okay.
He's playing against Wesley So, and he played the Rui Lopez with bishop on b5, but it turned into a Berlin, then an anti-Berlin, then bishop c5. Then generally they take here, but he did not take at all. And he played this, and Wesley went d5. So Gukesh took, and brought his bishop back. Wesley moved his queen back. And then came the move b4, hitting the bishop.
Bishop b6.
You can go here or here. Because if you go here, there is a chance of b5, knight e5. Although it's not always very good. Like you go knight a5, knight e5, and then rook e8 and stuff like that. And then you lose your key bishop, which you don't want.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
So he went bd6. But anyway, knight d2, h6, rook e1, rook e8, a4, a6, queen c2, bishop e6, bishop b2, queen d7, rook e2. It's a slow maneuvering game. Rook e7.
And all the pressure point is e5, I guess.
Yeah.
It's very surprising why rook e8. Like right now the evaluation bar, it's showing initiative for black. Firstly, that is also a little weird.
It wanted to go this way. But I'm like, if you go g4, Amruta, then bishop g4 takes. This is just very dangerous with knight coming here.
For sure.
So you can't play g4. And if the knight sits here, it attacks this and this. So I think this is what Wesley had got an opportunity. Also, I'm very surprised that Wesley did not at all consider, I mean, he must have considered, but did not go for this sack.
Oh, should be no, not perpetual, maybe something more.
Yeah, it could be nice because
I mean, he has to calculate quite a lot. What is the time right now? Like time difference, or is it?
No, he went rook e8 with 1 hour on the clock.
1 hour on the clock. Okay.
Knight e4 by Gukesh, good move. Now Wesley went here, and Gukesh quickly played bishop c1, and Wesley quickly went king h8. So, and this is actually serious edge for Gukesh.
Why? Because you can't go g4, as you said, bishop h3 is something we have to keep a watch on. The queen on c2 is definitely a piece which I don't like much in this position.
Yeah.
So why is Gukesh having this edge? Is it some kind of a, like if he plays this one variation like yesterday, Anish had to play king f1?
No, Amruta, this is like a long-term thing. Because here he has queenside space. Black's knight is not so well placed. And on the other hand, he can go knight h4 and improve his position a bit, kick this bishop off. So he has some possibilities, like you can kick this bishop off, then play g4, then get your knight to f5 later. So there are many possibilities, and I like Gukesh's overall position. I mean,
It's amazing to get this position with Wesley,
Yeah.
actually. So this is a game to watch out for.
Oh, for sure.
Without doubt.
So I was just
Raghav Garg asks meaning of slow maneuver.
yeah, it means that there are not many captures, not many tactics, not many attacking ideas. It's like just moving your pieces back and forth, controlling squares, controlling some of the weaknesses, creating weaknesses, and so on. It's a positional game.
Like if you want to go to Delhi, you can take a flight and go. But if you want to go to Nasik, you will have to first take a bus, ST, cycle rickshaw. Sorry.
Nashik does
Bichara
not.
with it. Okay.
Okay. Ding is losing.
Yeah.
That's what people are saying. So Amruta, can we quickly check Ding versus Vincent, because oh, this is Pragg.
And there you go. We already have Nasik lovers. Tanmay Devi says Nasik is the best.
Okay, we don't have Ding's video here, but we can look at it from here. But how is Ding? Oh my god, how did Ding land up in so much trouble?
What's the opening?
Just played some E3 stuff.
Ah, okay.
It feels like the position was completely fine. This bishop f4 move is very nice, Amruta. If you take, then he wants to take with the g pawn and this strong center. Very nice understanding by Vincent.
Exactly. Very tough move. You're so right.
Again, queen a4, best move.
Vincent is really playing well.
Yeah, these central pawns are just too strong. And I think for now, white is clearly better. We'll see how this goes. People are saying Arjun Erigaisi, who was better, Amruta, has lost his advantage. So let's go to Arjun's game.
Once again, Arjun is playing very crazy chess.
Yeah,
right?
I was saying he will go king g2 here to just connect his pieces, but he went h4 and he wants to play h5. And Nodirbek goes queen a6, and I think Nodirbek is preparing d3.
Yeah.
Like
One
if you go
question to
h5, he wants to go d3.
Not queen a2, yeah, because the queen is not getting trapped. Rook a1 is not a problem.
Okay, but for now I'm trapped. So you need to think about it.
I thought bishop f5 is there.
Yeah, bishop f5, queen f5, and if you take queen a2, you have to be careful, because here I might create some play on the king side, like knight g5. I want to checkmate you. You might take this, and then I'll take this, and then let's say if you get more greedy and take these pawns.
It's like allowing the
I want to ask the chat, what should white play here? And that's a very important question.
I know why you have asked this question here.
Yes, why?
Okay, you're very smart, Sagar. Very smart. You're the smartest person I know. Sushant Yadav says Amrita never be a stand-up comic. Yes, advice taken.
h6 is, I like this move a lot, guys. Bishop f6 also nice, actually very strong, but I really like the move h6. It's very thematic, Amruta. If you go g6, queen f6, and dark squares.
I thought that was a whole point. Like there are many moves which are really winning, but h6 make the best move. That was the most important thing. By the way, Dipanvita, Sangeet, Mista, Malish, Viresh, Storm, Abhishek, Shaunak, Gauri, and Fast.
Okay. Fast. Well done, Fast. Queen a6. And Amruta, look at Nodirbek. Today he's come in white shirt.
But he's black.
He's playing with black
chess.
pieces.
That's not happening.
What do you think will Arjun do now? Because d3 is a definite idea that Nodirbek has.
Yeah. So right now the first considerations for him as candidates are h5. Correct?
Yeah.
I don't think any move which can be like passive. He won't even try to look at the king side, queen side. What else?
Other idea is to take on d4, Amrita. Let's take on d4. You take back with the pawn, suppose.
Pawn, huh?
Pawn, na. And now I'm thinking of doing queen.
Can he push c4 also is a question.
C4 actually. Yeah,
But then you give
knight
you give
B4.
the permanent
Passer.
passer. Not a good idea.
Also D3 still to be thought of because rook D3 there is knight B4. So,
So c4 is not.
yeah, I don't think C4 he'll play. But Arjun is thinking it's a critical moment in the game and a critical moment in the tournament as well. Because if Nodirbek manages to confuse Arjun here, he will extend his lead. While if Arjun manages to win here, he will catch up with Nodirbek. So it's a big game.
Correct. Sagar, if I think of a move like e6, oh my god, it's super bad. I mean, what I thought is fe6 and rook e6. This rook I thought is
But
pretty
D3
powerful.
And then bishop f5 is coming. Rook f5. No, if you can't take.
Ah.
Rook d3.
Yeah. So this d3 is a big problem. You need to face d3.
So guys, d3, you might think that there are only two attacker defenders to this pawn and 3 attackers. But there's also bishop g6 which defends it. By the way, people are saying Pragg has put a very interesting trap in the position. So let's quickly check what is the trap that Pragg has gone for. So h3, knight e2 happened. No, first rook db1, queen c7. And here we were thinking if he can go b4 already, which would have been a good move. But Pragg went h3. That's fine. That's fine, guys. Take, queen a7. And Pragg is pawn up, Amruta. Jorden sacrificed a pawn. Now, tell me something, like honestly, huh? Will you say honestly?
I never like to say, generally I don't like to say to be honest, because what does it mean? Every other time you were not honest. That's my point.
Nice one. Why not b4?
But I do.
To be honest, why not b4?
It's a good question. That's a natural move which I was also looking at.
Yeah.
So
and I am being very honest with you that I feel like this position. This position looks really dubious for Jorden.
Yeah, completely. Either way.
And what is this idea of queen a7? Like take, rook takes. What's his plan?
Knight, no, not knight. c5 is not possible.
Arjun is 1.5 points behind Nodirbek. Yeah, he's on 3 out of 6. Correct. He will move to 4.
Rook a8 maybe first, and then maybe knight c5 if at all.
a5 with bishop.
Can I go knight c5, dc5, bishop c5? But I was already pawned.
Yeah, it's just bad, Amruta. Bishop c3 knight.
Completely agreed. Yeah. So no.
So I think Pragg very, very much on course to scoring his second win in this tournament. And he will move to be
huge, because he will be in the leaders board.
Yeah. Let's quickly go to Gukesh versus Wesley. So, because Amruta, look at this. Wesley went king. Okay, no, nothing has happened. Gukesh is still thinking.
And I think Sagar 34 minutes.
Yeah, Gukesh is still.
I think this game is going to land up into a crazy time pressure.
I just hope Gukesh manages to today strike back and get his confidence back, because it's all a question of one victory. If you remember, once Adhiban played at Tata Steel Masters, and he started off with like some 2 losses, 2 draws and stuff like that, and then he won one game. I think it was against Karyakin, and then he just crushed the tournament. He beat so many players. He played Scandinavian with Carlsen, King's Gambit with Wesley. So remember, that was a big event.
Yeah, I know he really played well. No, you are very right. I mean, it would be amazing if that happens. But I also look at it, even if nothing of that sort happens, it's still a part of a chess player's life. I mean, you do have sometimes
for sure.
Not the best tournaments.
Okay, Amruta, look at this. Some move has been played in Arjun versus Nodir. No, he's not played. Okay, can we go and check what Magnus is up to? Because everyone is like, can Magnus fight back?
Look, I'm here. It's like you are the pilot and you can take the flight wherever you want.
But Amruta, look at this flight has just crashed, it seems.
What?
See, let's...
Oh my God, what is this opening? Again, they're getting Petrov. 1 second.
Petrov Magnus goes knight d3, not knight f3 back. Which is slightly less popular. So here, everyone would think, oh, they will exchange queens and it will be dull game. But then, both of them are not interested in a dull game. King F2, Queen D1. What?
Oh, I really amazing.
Take. And now Richard Rapport goes knight e4. And he's taken the piece.
I
And he's taken it back.
I think there is an oath here. Richard and Magnus have decided. Whenever we play a game, it has to be the craziest one. Doesn't matter who wins or loses. So wow. I'm loving this move 94. Yeah. Firstly, you need guts to do this
Against Magnus.
Magnus.
That is true.
But Magnus has kept his king on F2,
Yeah.
saying that show your guts. Takes bishop e2. Oh, it's a great compensation.
No.
Absolutely great compensation.
What will you do?
What will you do? I'm black. so,
I'll tell you what I will
black
do.
Yeah, G5.
I will
G5,
play
G5.
bishop e3, rook f1 and king g1. If I can get this, I will be peace up.
Look, you cannot move the rook because check. No, it's not. Okay, queen f6. Nice move by Rappo. As of now, there is
Look
no
at Magnus's
disco
expression. He's like, "Ye kya kar diya Rappo? What are you doing?"
This sack is not going to work. It's
and-
just a
and-
bluff, yeah? That's
and
what you think.
yeah, it's
Oh, today Magnus is not in Morphe dress up.
yeah.
But he is actually playing like Morphe.
I think queen f6 was his plan all throughout. And now he's attacking c5 and d4. But if you can see the video, guys, it's slightly behind. And Magnus takes on e4. And
Whenever somebody walks from there, I think it
the camera
shakes. Yeah.
shakes. But Amruta, queen f6.
Okay, what is the threat?
No
Rook
threat.
d4.
Rook
is the
d4,
threat.
bishop
So
c5.
Oh, two threats, important threats. What no threat? So bishop e3, then there is bishop c5.
Yeah. But this is where I think it's
Rook F1,
playable. Yeah,
that's
rook
what you're
f1 and
saying.
you can't give a good discovered check.
I would have really loved if the kingside pawns would have advanced, like h4, h3, maybe g5.
Or why should I waste even time by bishop
Queen
e3, Amruta? Rook f1. You play rook d4
Yeah?
and then queen e1 and then king g1. Oh, bishop c5. But this is such a complex position, right? But Magnus can find all these things, Amruta. And I think Richard Rapport has taken a huge risk here by sacrificing a piece against the world champion. And I don't see this going down too well with his position. He goes queen f6.
So you are saying right now rook f1 is an important, but practically you will be very
Okay, bishop c5.
scared to play this move.
King g1. King g1, bd4. And then bishop
Why
c3.
is it lost? Okay.
No. I have to play bishop e3 here. Queen f6, rook f1, bishop c5, bishop e3. Bishop d4, rook d4, queen c1. Yeah, I mean, I get your point. Actually, black has 3 pawns already. But, guys, in such a middle game position, 3 pawns can mean less than a piece. So I'll go king g1 and it might be something where white will start playing for an advantage.
But imagine your expectation from your opponent. It's like every single move you have to make it accurate.
But Magnus will make it. Amruta, it's kind of forcing. And also you see, in such positions, moves like rook f1, bishop e3 come very naturally.
For 1 or 2 moves, no, you are sustaining the pressure.
Yeah, I think he'll do it.
He'll do it?
Yes.
Very confident.
I'm very confident. If he
chalo,
doesn't
dekhte.
do, then
If
I'll go
there
to
will-
Wijk.
No, you're not going anywhere. If there will be complications, even if you
Guys,
arise after
I
5
want to go to Wijk somehow. I want to lose a bet.
Sagar, you missed 1 point that day.
Yeah.
You missed that you had no visa. So nobody is going to maybe there would be a lot of hangama at the airport. Well, let's go to Praggnanandhaa's game. That's what our chat demands.
Yeah.
And
Amruta,
I'll
do
be
we
coming
have
in
some
2
juice
minutes.
or something?
We had this
No,
thing,
some
that
water.
was- I'll come in.
Q? 10 you said.
2.
2 is fine.
Ah.
Maybe orange, Amruta. Okay, Maksudlu versus Caruana. This is equal. Oh, Caruana slightly better, but let's go quickly to Arjun's game. Because Arjun Erigaisi, he took on d4. He took here on d4. And let's also go to Praggnanandhaa's game. Because now I think Nodirbek must... Oh, he takes back with the pawn. Okay, that's the best move here. And by the way, we are getting some quick moves because the videos are lagging a bit, like by half a minute or so. So we know that CD4 is played. Let's go to Pragg's game. Praggnanandhaa versus Jorden. And as we mentioned, he did go b4, takes rook b4. Praggnanandhaa. हाँ गाइस, गैस आ गया आज सुबह को गैस आ गया, चाय बना लिया, all is good, life is back to normal, lot of food for some days at least we have, so no problem, all good till now. You know, yesterday we felt like people who get their salary, right? When their salary comes, then they start buying things, and when the month is coming to an end, then everything is empty. That's the feeling we had yesterday, like we refilled all vegetables and all things. It was funny. Is he 2700 yet? Oh, that's a great question, Anirudh Sharma. Because Pragg is very close to getting to 2700. And I can tell you what exactly his rating is. 1 second. Oh, makhana khate. हाँ, थोड़ा ज़्यादा भरा हुआ था, एक सिर्फ ये लेके आना. Pragg is right now not crossed 2700. 2693.3. Yeah, he should be today. If he manages to win, he will reach 2698 or so. And then Pragg would be zooming towards the 2700 mark. So the question is, Sagar Bhai Raghav says, what if rook b4? Do you take with the queen or the bishop? No, he played queen a6. Okay, for me, the most natural move here is to play knight c3. Looks fine, but the best move according to engines is to take and play knight c3. Keeping the queen on a6, a3, sorry. So let's see what Pragg does, but let's go to Magnus game because Magnus Carlsen is piece up. So what did Magnus do? He played queen f6, bishop e3. Oh, no one on Magnus board. Guys, look at this. Both players have left the board. He took on c5. Actually, Magnus made his move and Richard is still not made. So Richard is somewhere, he's going to come in and he's going to play his move. So he comes in, Magnus sits down because Magnus knows Richard is going to take on c5. What I like is Magnus's confidence here that even the queen can, even though the bishop can move and the queen can give a disco, it's not going to be anything. So bishop c5, and now I think Magnus has to find rook f1. This is a key move. Saran says that here Gukesh has already played knight h4. Okay, so that was a good move by Gukesh. He hit the bishop. The bishop went back, and I think Gukesh getting a serious edge here, guys. Let's see how Gukesh continues now. I'm really excited for this game. Gukesh. By the way, I think Gukesh should not care about his opponent taking, because he can take back. And maybe he should prepare a move like queen d1, x-raying this knight here. Very tough move to play queen d1, but it can be very, very interesting. Just put the queen here, x-ray the knight, attack it, and if it goes to f4, just chop it off here, and then take this, let's say rook e6, just making some moves, d4, and with these pawns it looks very strong. Well, guys, let's have a closer look at Gukesh. Today seems like it's his day. Amruta?
Yeah. What did you say?
Today seems like Gukesh's day.
Acha? What happened aage?
Knight h4, bishop e6.
He played queen d1 was your analysis. Very active position for sure. And as we were discussing, so many moves are possible to retain the advantage. It's not like the only variation.
Yeah, and you can play
against
b5.
Wesley, who is such a solid player. But one more thing, Sagar, like sometimes it's the form you are in. At that point, two things happen. One is you really want to bounce back. Definitely, that is there. But the other one is because your form has been like that for a long time. To convert it again, sometimes your confidence level is low. We have to see.
That is actually showing in the time that Gukesh is taking for his moves. If you see, he's not playing his moves quickly.
Yeah, because with Wesley also you don't get such a kind of position. That in comparison that easily. What is got?
Yeah.
So he played queen d1, by the way. This was the move you analyzed, right?
Did he play?
Yeah.
Where? Oh,
he played.
Guki, well done.
Amazing.
Guys, Gukesh OP ho jaya. Pragg OP, Gukesh OP. Let's see if Arjun can also do it. But video is slightly behind.
Which is good, no? Because whenever a good move happens, we get to see on the video.
Rohan Basu, for all the players above 2700 chess is good, and also they have a junior section there, so there we check.
Okay, he did play queen d1. So which game are we going to focus? Magnus, Pragg.
All.
We have to also check once Vaishali and Adivan
Vaishali.
At some point.
We'll check.
Whenever. As I said, you're the pilot.
I want to go to Arjun versus Abdusattorov, leader.
Sure. So there Anish already drew, yeah?
Yeah.
Drew, yeah?
Queen d3, d3. Man, this position is getting very sharp.
CD, D3. What do you do now? Very important question.
I don't like,
5.
This setup is quite, like white has all the pieces here, but black is very solid. So this pawn has suddenly run away.
You know the best part in black's position? His queen on a6, which is such a surprising thing. But it's really beautiful. Okay, let's say Arjun makes
but I think
it's
very limited, okay. No, Amruta, the queen.
No, it's also limiting your pieces. That's the whole
Yeah, but
problem.
I don't think the queen is very dangerous on a6.
Dangerous is not the word. Yes, you're right. Let's say if Arjun makes his best move, rook e4, Sagar.
What's the idea? That's what this position is so complicated. You can't even understand the ideas. Okay, queen
Could be.
b6.
Then you might land up in problems. Let's say I make a random move just so that we understand the idea of rook a4, this thing.
h5.
So h5, bishop f5, gf5.
Okay, now tell me, if you directly play h5, what is the problem? Like here,
d3,
h5.
h5, bishop f5. You'll take on gf5. Here is an important move. Knight d4.
Oh, that's why rook e4 stops knight d4.
It's not rook a4 idea. So the idea is if you exchange the knights, this rook,
King
this
is too
king,
exposed.
these pawns, everything becomes a weakness, because in order to fill the space, what you need is what you need are pieces. And that's why black is trying to exchange the pieces. That's what is happening. But Arjun did play h5
Oh, he
here.
played.
He did not go rook e4, which means almost by forced this is happening. Bishop f5, gf5, and Nodirbek has to find knight d4,
He will.
which is quite natural.
He will play.
Definitely he's not going to miss that.
Play it.
Let's say if he gets scared of some ideas like h6 and he
No.
himself goes h6.
No, play knight d4. I
Yeah,
know.
then you give a chance to stop knight d4.
Play knight d4.
So to understand more about knight d4 here, if knight d4, it's forced to take here, otherwise you lose a knight. Rook d4, and
Bishop
how do you
g3.
continue? Yeah, as of now you stopped rook h4, rook f4. So these pawns are not under an immediate threat. But let's not forget this guy here.
d2.
d2.
Rook e3.
Can't go here. Don't forget the queen. So rook goes to e3. In a way, the only good move. Again,
My God. This looks very bad.
here the problem is you have to find one move. If you don't find, it's lost.
But Amruta,
It's already lost.
okay, let's ask our chat. White to play. White to play and find a great move here.
I'm playing like a GM because I'm using engine.
Guys, f4 तो सीधा bishop takes f4 मर जाएगा ना? People have just blundered that pawn.
f4. They played f4.
Look.
How many people have actually said f4? 44 people. Guys, you have to be more alert. Are you side by side studying or eating or watching TV? What exactly are you doing? 47 people.
Look at the
7
ninth name.
people. Ninth name? How I Met Your Mata.
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 Like mother.
Oh, that's a good one. Hindi series would be really nice. How I Met Your Mata. Hey, that's really creative, whoever you are. But Queen A3, Raghav, Rajam, Harshit, X, Adish, Anitya, IDK, Jasprit, Priti, and Sachin. Amazing. You guys are focusing 100% on the chessboard. Easily you can see that rook over there is hanging.
Correct.
So Queen A3 is a very nice defense. And if you take here, this rook takes and you have saved your rook. You've also managed to exchange the queens.
But Amruta, after h5, why is Nodirbek thinking?
After h5.
Isn't his move kind of forced?
He might be thinking of an insertion here, which is knight a5. And in fact, he might also be thinking of knight d4, though it is lost. But
Bishop e3.
you do
Oh.
kind of consider
Oh.
this, right? It's definitely a calculation on the board. You don't want to miss.
Yeah.
Takes, let's say gf, because if you play g takes h7, you're impressed? Really?
Yes.
Because you're tired, and when you're tired, to impress you is very difficult. So good job. G h7.
Not
In this-
gf7.
Yeah, no, but he will consider, look, the way he's going to think is white has
No,
two.
first, let's not go too deep. Let's first see here. Most likely, Nodirbek will take. Shall we quickly check few other games also?
As I said, you're a pilot. I mean, though you cannot ride a two-wheeler, it's fine. But you are.
Amruta, I can ride two-wheelers.
No, you have
Cycle.
bike. You can cycle.
अरे हंसना क्या है इसमें? Okay, look at what Wesley did. Wesley was like, Gukesh, your queen is X-raying here, my queen is also X-raying here. It's like, I'm attacking you, you are attacking me type of a thing.
Nice. Queen. Yeah.
No, I can't do rook e3 because the knight comes here and the bishop cannot control it.
So kick the knight away.
So can
C6,
we go
B5.
like
Go
rook,
B5.
rook b2?
No, because you go B5. Because you have a choice after AB if you want to go rook A2 later.
A B A B A B O A B A B A B O.
Oh, already? But knight
Rock
C4?
and roll with me tonight. Attack.
Hey, don't sing.
No, knight c4. I can take queen h5.
Ah, that's the point. Got it. Exactly. So B5 is a very natural move, I think.
Let's go. So here a very nice position for Gukesh. And let's quickly check what Jorden and Pragg are doing.
Yeah. Ustad says year after studying. Sagar bhai love from Punjab.
Arey, thank you Ustad ji. Knight c1.
क्या ही planning किया है ना? Otherwise, there are many people who are also studying and watching.
So bishop c5, rook f1. Magnus did play. Amruta, look, he did all. What? Rapport just blundered.
मतलब where?
Here,
Bishop
queen
C5?
h4. He had to play
Oh.
bishop d4. We saw this line,
Yes,
right?
yes. 3 pawns you
Take,
mentioned.
queen c1, then king g1 coming up. It was looking fine for white. But at least black is fighting here. He instead blundered with queen h4. And Magnus just simply went back. And then he played his bishop to d6, threatening here. And Magnus chopped this off.
Oh, there is no mate. It was just a bluff.
Yeah.
इसका मतलब. Oh, wow. That's, see, the advantage.
Yeah.
You get to see Magnus chopping the bishop.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, you can wait here, Amrita, and see if Magnus actually plays those moves. But we should hang in there.
Absolutely. I mean, who would want to miss Magnus's rook F, king G1 and rook F5?
And also, how does Rapport, what does he do?
Ah, look, Magnus is about to play. He has 31 minutes. How many moves they have made? 20 moves. I think for Magnus, this position is very, very calm. Though it is crazy on the board, it is definitely calm in his mind. Yeah. Rappo looks actually very confident about his position. Not a bit of stress there for him. But now he is. Rook F5. Do you think he considered it very seriously, or did he estimate the move? No, he has considered it. He is even ready to play. Queen H2 has happened on the board, but he has underestimated it. It's very clear. Very, very clear.
But king f1 now, Amrita.
Hmm.
What is Rapport's idea?
And look at the funny thing, no. If you look at Rappo, it's like he's relaxed, he's confident about his position. I think one of the thing for him is it's not a dull game which is happening. Some players are always also ready to be in a bad position than a dull position.
But Amrita, tell me, after bishop g1, bishop h2, how does white, what is the only move for white here, guys? White to play.
Sanatani asks how to be a super grandmaster in 1 week. The answer is you can lie to yourself in your dream. People are getting. Mukund says, like kar do folks, only 600 likes and 3K watching. This is the best coverage. Oh, thank you, Mukund.
Let's see what our people have come up with. Have they come up with the right move? Yes, king f2 is the correct move. Defending this bishop from both sides here. And I think that really puts Magnus in the driver's seat. I just don't understand what Richard is going to do. After, I mean, he has played queen h1, but I don't know what he's going to do to bishop g1. Because he's just...
h4 if you go with the idea of h3.
Even bishop g4.
You just stop. Plus disco. She really bad move.
So this
Bishop
is...
g3 has no idea.
This is hanging.
Yeah, bishop g3 has an idea, Sagar. If I go bishop g3, the idea is to play e3 and bishop f2. Too dramatic. Okay, but knight e4. Oh, what a simple mistake. Rook h8, then rook h5. Queen traps. Oh my god, what is he going to do?
Yeah, this is lost. Let's go quickly to our three youngsters. Firstly,
Yes.
let's start with Gukesh.
Sure.
Gukesh here did play b5 after queen
Hey.
d8, which is the best move.
Hey, you kept the door open.
Oh, sorry. Knight a5. Attacking here. And it's actually a good move by Wesley because Wesley could have taken and played here. But then his knight could have been attacked with rook a2 with the queen attacking h5. So he did not take but directly played on knight a5. So now the rook cannot go and attack the knight.
So he still retains the advantage, but Wesley is finding the best
Wesley
moves in the
is
given
fighting,
position.
but Gukesh is better.
Okay, let's go to Arjun's game. That's what people are asking.
Oh, this happened, Amruta. Whatever we discussed, bishop f5, Nodirbek is in such good form.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, we have a small information that we got. Nodirbek is being trained by a player from his own country. Can anyone
is you mean how did you get it?
From the Chicken Chess podcast.
Ah.
Yeah.
From his own country. Jao Kirsinder? No,
No.
but they're all a team, no?
He's playing in the C group. Oh, sorry, Challengers tournament.
Kasimza now.
Yes.
Yes, everybody knows everything.
You know, Amruta, people never, I never thought of Kazimjanov as an Uzbek player. Like,
yeah, for me it is always Anand's former second.
Because Uzbekistan, at that, when he became one of the best players in the world,
yeah,
Uzbekistan had no other top players at that point.
True. Yeah, very true.
And
But
so
now Uzbekistan is like such a powerhouse, right?
Yeah.
How did things change?
So now everyone's talking about Uzbekistan as a country, but earlier it was just Kazimjanov at some point. Okay. By the way, bishop g5, queen a3 is what Arjun has in mind.
Yeah,
which
he
will
will
say-
find it because it's kind of forced.
But still his position does remain slightly dubious.
Unless not even dubious. It's really bad if he doesn't keep finding the accurate moves until a point, and after that point, I think he will hold.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Amruta. Come here, go f4.
Hey, what if I take rook c3? f4? No, f4 it is.
Take.
Yeah, rook, no threat. No, e7 is there, king f7.
Attack this pawn.
That's a tough move.
No, the idea is f4. Basically, I wanted to save my bishop. So I did it with a tempo. Play f4. Play f4 and win the d2 pot.
Okay. How much do you think Arjun is going to be able to defend it? Because position is not like you make a mistake and you're gone.
Yeah.
So do you think he can defend?
Yeah, I think he will do it. He's a good defender. I think Arjun's main work in this tournament has been defense only. If he was a footballer, he would have been a defender.
Can someone plan it in this way? that you go into bad positions to strengthen your defensive style.
If you have, I don't think so. It's
That
like
is
saying
too
that
much. That
you
can
have
happen in movies.
worked on your mental fortitude, so you want to get into difficult situations there in life.
That's true. That's true. So this is Pragg's position. Knight C. We left at which point? Here, rook b8, and he started maneuvering his knights. This is the close position.
No, I think Amruta, this is
Just
this is
simple
just
pawn up.
clearly better for Pragg. He's like a serious edge, and he will somehow manage to play knight b4, play f5 a6, and he'll be clearly pressing. So this one doesn't look great for Jorden, and now we are left with Magnus game because Magnus was. I think Magnus is almost half asleep.
Yeah, but look at him. He's still on the board. No, normally otherwise he'll get up, but he's calculating and
What Magnus has realized, Amruta, is that right now it's not about psychology.
it's
The
all about
position is
style.
already over.
Ah,
He doesn't need to
yeah.
do anything for Richard.
Do you think Richard pushed for an interesting game, like such an interesting game,
I think he
because of
simply
world?
miscalculated something. I don't think someone tries to do so much to get an interesting game that he gets into a piece down position. He somehow miscalculated something and has now reached a position from where he cannot recover.
True. Sumit Bhattacharya says, you know, when I used to learn chess, I always used to ask friends to let me play their losing positions, and many times I used to draw. It really helped me develop my defensive skills and calculations.
That's a nice way to try. Yeah.
Playing practice, one side having a bad position. You can take it from any book also, but it really helps.
Caruana slightly better against Maksudlu and Guki against Wesley.
Vivaswan Damle, hello from Shivaneri. Arey, kya baat hai? Ended up having a nice chat and dinner with Aditya and his lovely family. Oh, Amrita is feeling better. Great seeing you, Sagar Bhai. Yeah, I'm good.
Rookie 6, that's great. Vivaswan was
Yeah,
there. He came
from
to
Pune.
Mumbai
Very nice.
to
Vivaswan.
for his CFA lecture, and then he from there he came to the club. Then he met Aditya, Mittal, and family and everyone. So it was, I think, a good day for you, Vivaswan. Knight f5. Namrata, now Gukesh has got his pieces in, but it feels like black is also doing okay after bishop f8.
But Sagar, one key observation in the position. Can you tell me?
All pieces are on. No, only one pair of pieces gone. What is it?
And surprisingly, the position is still okay for black.
Hmm.
Both the knights, they are on the edge of the board. Yet the position is not so bad. By the way, Dhyanesh Srivastava, member for 22 months, says great work, guys. Way to go. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Dhyanesh.
Dhaneshwar.
Thank you for being a member for 22 months. Yeah, Vivaswan says honor meeting Praveen Tipse as well. Lovely day indeed. Great.
I'm actually quite surprised that Jorden is just going down without a fight against Pragg.
One or two games. No, at this level, maybe one game can happen like this, right? Without a fight.
Yeah.
Even if you're at 2700.
But still, I mean, Amruta, this is just too much. Like, let's say I go knight b3, knight b4, push. I mean, it's just on an autopilot.
Torture. It's torture.
Yeah, it's just over.
Definitely.
And I think Arjun, we want to see what Nodirbek comes up with, because Nodirbek will see bishop g5, queen a3 is a problem. So he must find something else here. And I think a very... Oh, but still, Amruta, bishop
What?
g5, queen
Very?
a3, take. How good or
No, but
bad
I'm
is
very curious to hear a very.
Very interesting move is queen h6.
Oh wow, from a6 to h6.
Yeah.
That's a long flight there.
Actually, if Nodirbek
Oh, what will you do for queen h6? Because h5 you cannot save. Queen b7.
But I think
Are
he
you going
can't
to
play
take?
queen h6, Amruta.
Kyun?
Because my chair is there.
such a sad joke. No, good one.
Okay, now we can play. If Nodirbek finds queen h6, Arjun will be in big trouble.
PL Kanti says Arjun versus Abdusattorov. I'm thinking this may be the future rivalry of Magnus as Arjun and Hikaru as Abdusattorov.
Yeah, I mean, Abdusattorov is just going to feature in many rivalries. He already started his rivalries with Magnus.
Yeah.
Take.
Yeah, what is the
Rook
way to
d8.
continue here? You have to tell us.
He's losing material.
No. Because there is a7 weakness also. Your king on h8. Can you go slightly slow, because you know the moves.
See, look.
We need time
Queen
to
h6.
grasp every
Queen
move.
I'm going to explain you every move.
From now
this
no
is hanging.
move happens without explanation.
Then rook d1. Rook d3. Then you take. Then I take. Then you take here. Okay. Actually, if I take here, then you will take here. No, so I'll first do this. So you'll go offer a queen trade. So you'll take here. I'll take on d2. Then you'll take on d2. I'll take d2. Then I'll take on f5 and I'll be pawn up. For white is pawn up here. Sorry, black is pawn up. And yeah, this looks dangerous for Arjun. But Arjun is very... I mean, when it comes to defense, Amruta, I would make Arjun one of the best defenders in the world.
Wow.
Someone like Sergei Karyakin or someone like, that level of defense he's showcasing.
Wow. That will definitely also give him psychological edge, in the sense that, okay, even if my position is slightly bad or slightly worse, I know I can, defend.
Exactly.
And even puts pressure on his opponents once they know that it's not enough to have just some edge on Arjun.
Yeah, exactly. I remember I was playing against someone.
Sagar was saying, I remember he was playing against someone and Sagar has disappeared. Okay, he'll come. Again, the camera is shaking. Almost all the players are, from Magnus to everybody, are taking this pawn or a piece in their hand and rolling it. But nobody can do it as well as fastest as... Who is the guy who can flip the fastest, guys?
So, I was playing against India's first WGM. Can anyone tell me who it was?
Oh, Rishi Agarwal, you're right. Boris girlfriend. Areva. So when Pratik, I should make shots on girlfriends flip.
No one knows who is India's first WGM. Wow. Yes. Shaumik Banerjee is right. And Mithril is right. So I was playing against Vijay Lakshmi. And she's just an amazing defender. So when I got a winning position against her...
He's not a defender. She never considers her position is bad.
Yeah. My only intention was, Amruta, to be just so accurate. And I think that is what people have to do with Arjun. They have to just think, like, he's not going to give up until the very end. You have to finish him. If you don't finish him, like, Arjun is like that kind of a hero in a movie. Like, you hit him, he'll fall, and then you're like, okay, ho gaya. And then he'll get up again, like Undertaker.
Oh.
So you need
Arjun needs to grow his hair also.
No, you need to finish him off if you are better very carefully. Otherwise, he'll come back.
Good one. Good analogy. But I'm sure that maybe the youngsters would not know Undertaker because वो तो अपने ज़माने का था ना Undertaker was
Guys, you might know.
WWF. I don't know. We used to play those cards. WWF cards, no?
तुम कहाँ खेलती थी?
तुम नहीं खेलते रहोगे, मैं तो खेलती थी.
WWF.
हाँ, WWF नहीं रे, WWF cards.
But you used to play.
Yeah, Undertaker was my favorite.
Guys, does anyone
Yokozuna,
know?
you remember Yokozuna? Yeah, he was at least 4
Why
times.
did WWF become WWE?
I don't know. Jeremy says, lol, I'm sure everyone knows Undertaker unless everyone is 12. Organization takeover. Who is saying Aradhya?
But what does the अच्छा World Wrestling Federation के जगह entertainment हो गया. अच्छा, got it.
Oh, okay.
Stone Cold Steve Austin. I didn't like him.
The Rock was Sandeep Roy's favorite was The Rock. But The Rock was there in Undertaker? The Rock was a movie, na? Based on the cards only, maybe. I don't know.
No, Rock was also one of the fighters. Actually, Pragg might go knight b4.
Yeah.
Queen c4. Oh, c6 is hanging. So.
But you only mentioned that in this game there is no counterplay for black. Right?
Yeah, I was thinking a6.
Oh, look. That's not the best move. You blundered. Because that pin. Pin.
Maybe not to hurry. Just be a little calm. Just wait. Let's see what Pragg does. I think best move here is to go knight b4, queen b7, and then just improve your position further. Maybe knight b3. Here rook b1, and then knight ca2. Go. Oh, this is a nice plan. Bret Hart Hitman was really good. Yeah.
Okay, but sir, this is very clear. Let's not focus on this game.
Oh, Amruta, he found queen h6.
So he didn't go for that bishop g5, which means Sagar, he actually calculated that white is landing in an okay position. Because that was definitely a very high possibility. So Arjun, right now is a critical moment for him to find the next move. Is he going to find his defense?
It's the only
and one of the key things about defending is also Sagar counter-attacking.
But Amrita, rook d3 is the only move. Because otherwise you are losing h5.
No, but even rook d3 also you are losing h5. Like if takes, and if you go queen h5 here.
Here rook d2. So I have to go rook d8.
Oh, he didn't play rook d3. He played queen b7.
What?
See?
Arjun?
He's not played. It is...
Man, Arjun is so crazy. You know, he's just... I think he must have seen rook d3.
Yeah.
And he's already going for an advantage.
I am very interested to see how Nodirbek is going to look at this queen b7. Like, is it going to be a surprise for him or...
For sure.
No, if Arjun plays it on the board, it's a move which he would have considered while going for queen h6.
He must have considered, but still. Because one thing is that you are going to just lose a h5 pawn. The other thing is bishop g5. How do you meet now?
Jeremy says, one thing I've noticed with Nodirbek is that he very seldom lets go small advantages. That is very true, Jeremy.
Actually, what I've realized is Nodirbek is an ultimate universal player. Give him attacking positions, he attacks. Give him positional play.
We missed this position. But he looks happy.
I think he has spotted an opportunity, Amruta.
Isn't his back going to pain if he is going to bend over the board so much?
He's very fit, yeah. Amara.
Yeah, that's true.
Queen h5 is good move here, guys. And bishop g5 is a good move. People want quick summary of all the games. Should we do it very quickly?
Very quickly, yeah, if it is very quickly. But otherwise, we'll stay on this because it's a very important moment, I believe.
Okay, Gukesh Wesley so is moving into sort of an equalish position with Gukesh maybe having a small tinge of an advantage. We have next up Levon versus Anish already ended in a draw. Maksudlu Caruana, small edge for Caruana. Praggnanandhaa versus Jorden. Pragg is just clearly pressing here and better. Pawn up and just totally doing well. Magnus is already has a crushing advantage against Richard Rapport. Finds the best move. I mean, Amruta, if you take and go rook here, it won't help because queen b3 defends this, threatens queen e6. So that's lost. Vincent Keymer versus Ding Liren. Vincent was better and is still pressing. But I feel like maybe Ding might hold this to a draw, but Vincent is pushing. And I think that was all, right? We covered all. Arjun versus Nodirbek. Nodirbek under control here after bishop g5. I don't even know what Arjun will do, Amruta. This is attacked.
Earlier you had rook d3. Maybe now if you go rook f3, there is queen h5 and you lose.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
Maybe rook b3?
Still queen h5?
Yeah.
d1 is attacked. How do you even...
Queen f3 maybe.
He played bishop g5, by the way.
He played?
Yeah.
Man, this guy is so insane. This guy is so good. Guys, Abdusattorov is just finding one good move after another. And I think it won't be long before Arjun might be in trouble. Like, Arjun is an amazing defender. But I think today he's not going to survive this. What do you think?
Very tough today. Yeah, very tough.
Because even when we were looking at this line, where the rook should move, oh, maybe Arjun Amruta, here goes rook c3, okay, controlling the c file. And if you play queen h5 attacking this, now the only move here is to play queen f3. You can go queen h3 perhaps, or you can take, and go
rook b8. No.
Rook c8,
Rook
I was
C8.
thinking.
Yeah, with the idea of rook c1, no?
But rook c3, and I think this is still holdable. Let's see. He goes bishop g5.
But you know, Nodirbek, one more thing which we are missing here about this tournament is his confidence would be at another level after beating Magnus.
Yeah.
And Arjun is also playing against that guy who has beaten Magnus in classical chess with a flawless game.
Agreed.
So that does make a difference. For this tournament, I mean.
Let's go to Gukesh versus...
Yeah, how is it? Has he been able to sustain the advantage? Oh my god, he's got only 4 minutes
and he has to make 15 moves.
In time pressure, it is very hard to survive against Wesley for 15 moves. You need to kind of, not make a mistake.
But Amruta, I think position is not so tough.
Like you can not make now, but in the last 3 to 4 moves would be the critical.
Yeah, maybe Wesley can create a mess at the right time.
Yeah.
And Gukesh won't be able to find the move because he would have less time.
So generally, the advice for the people whose opponents are getting under time pressure is like, don't simplify the position.
Yeah.
Complicate it as much as possible.
By the way, bishop h2 played, and guys, king f2 coming up next.
Yona Torres, you have asked questions, but we do not understand the language. Very sorry. Raj asks, Sagar bhai, do you think Ding playing this tournament will help him in the World Championship against Nepo?
For sure. I mean, practice, game practice, playing practice is very important. And something should be played, especially Nepo is playing at WR Masters in Dusseldorf from, I think, something like 10th or 12th, some 15th of February to 26th February. And they have tried to keep it in the format time control of a normal tournament, of a normal World Championship match.
Yeah.
Time control.
That's a great idea though.
Yeah, it's a great practice for Nepo. So I think Ding needed some practice. So he's chosen this tournament.
Media people will also need practice. Narendra Khandekar, sir, I want to order some books. What about Republic Day sale?
I think today's the newsletter has some thing. If you want to, by the way, subscribe to our newsletter, which is obviously completely free and very good. Like people have liked it. Go to newsletter.chessbase.in and you can subscribe. Just put your name. Every Saturday we've been sending. It's been now 18 weeks and some very interesting stuff. I also write an article in it every time, so it's fun for you to read. Also news you get, also special offers you get. So please do subscribe.
Aim asks a question. How about Rook E4?
Queen H5. Because the main thing
Now
is your
Queen
queen
F3 is
can't come.
not there.
Is there any Rudraksh? I think there is a
Can-
good chance for Arjun to hold. You know, Amruta, how? First go Rook C3. Okay, this is very natural. He'll do this. Now the only move according to me is Queen H5, correct?
Yeah, now
Then
only
I'll
move
come
is
back.
Queen. No, Queen B3 is also there, but of course you would
No,
love
no.
to exchange the queens.
Yeah.
But Black would not love to exchange the queens.
Now
right?
I think he might go Queen H3.
Yeah, I think so. Because you want to go Rook G4 and it just looks so tempting. So tempting. What
But
do you
now
do
I'll
for
play
Queen
Bishop
H3?
H2, offering queen trade.
So if I go Queen H4, you will play Bishop G3 again and repeat. If
And
I go
Rook
Queen
G4,
H6,
I think I'll go King H1. No checks. If you
hey,
go,
what if I go first Rook G4 and then Queen H5?
you mean
Anyway,
Queen
you
H...
will go Rook. Here, Rook G4 check, King H1. Now, oh, 1 second. Yeah, Queen H5.
Wow, Amruta, you found the best Bishop F4 now coming up. Okay.
Oh, it's winning.
So actually here I have to, after Rook G4, play what?
Bishop G3 maybe is the forced move then. What else?
Wow, that's not easy.
No,
Fine. I mean, because look, Amruta, the thing is, here
H5
King
in fact.
H1
Bishop G3 doesn't...
loses to Queen H5. It's not so easy to
Not
see.
at all. I thought King H1 is the only move, like in a way. Like you just went back Bishop H2, so why will you again go Bishop G3?
Correct.
So you can't go Bishop H2 because it's not helping you in any way.
No, I can. But if I don't, Amruta, the threats are different. Like here, if I don't play this, you have like all sorts of ideas like Rook
H4 I
E8.
really want to go. So even in that position, I would have gone H4.
And as white, you don't have moves, no, apart from this. Because if you move your queen here, F5 is hanging. Your rook cannot move. This rook cannot move because otherwise the rook will come in. I mean, it looks really bad.
Yeah, for sure. How about Dhruva's? But when is F4 coming? How about F4, Bishop F4, Bishop F4, Rook F4, Queen E7?
Yes, but
F4, Bishop
it's
F4.
like just hoping against hope that firstly you can take with the queen, but even if you take with the rook, Queen E7, you got to attack this, but he will just play Rook G8, Rook C8, something.
Yeah, and Rook G4 check Queen E3 is a big threat. So this is... Who is the player you would love after, let's say, we take out our most popular Indian players and Magnus and Anish, let's say. We take out these 5 players. Now, who would be the player you would really be looking forward to? Would it be Nodirbek, Vincent, Wesley?
Yeah, I think
Aronian, Fabi. I mean, a lot of players are there.
Nodirbek, I'm really very much interested.
Apart from Indians, yeah, I'm talking about asking about foreigners.
Okay, Amruta, very quickly, I'll come back to your
Nodirbek.
question.
No,
Queen C4 was played in Pragg,
Duda.
Jorden.
Oh, they exchanged the queens. Pragg is having 11 minutes and 11 moves. 12 moves.
Gukesh's game, maybe he's under.
Someone. Parth Thakkar, Arjun will for sure hold this. Trust me. Parth bol raha hai, trust me.
Parth has already given some predictions before, I think, and they have worked out very well. So
he's been member for 17 months. अरे पर देखो विश्वास तो किसी पे भी रखते नहीं है पर कोशिश करेंगे विश्वास रखने की अर्जुन
but Amruta, Arjun plays. Oh, Rook C3 happened. देखो जो बोला था वही हुआ. He went BG5, Rook C3, Queen H5, Queen F3.
Who's that? Fabi.
Yeah. Because Amruta, now the question is Nodirbek will take here or play Queen H3. Guys, what do you think?
You ask the guys. I think Queen
F3 or Queen H3. Please let us know.
Queen H3 or Queen F3. Most of the people's favorite is Nodirbek, yeah? Very interesting. Okay, most of you, I mean, ratio wise, yeah, most of you are thinking Queen H3. He's not going to exchange the queens. I also feel you would not want to exchange the queens, especially when the white's king is exposed. Yeah, as J says, he's attacking, so he doesn't want to trade the queens. Akash says Abdu staring started, so he's going to win now. I hope Sagar is coming back because I do not know the buttons. Sir, most of the people are thinking Queen H3.
Oh, and Nodirbek also.
Yeah.
He played it.
You also have Kellogg's, by the way.
Please.
Kellogg's.
No, has.
It's fine.
Man, Nodirbek puts his queen to H3, and now Arjun has to find the only move.
Wait, have we discussed it? No. Do we know it's the only move?
Actually, it's not easy to even understand why it's the only move.
One second. First of all, does chat thinking with a fresh mind? How should you continue defending this position is the question. How much ever bad the position is, still what is the best move in the worst position? By the way, Prasad asks, hi Sagar and Amrita, big fan. Can you please let us know what scheduling softwares apps you use, like to-do lists? Uses a notebook. I am absolute Google Sheet and Google Keep user.
We played. Yeah, Arjun Erigaisi finds the only move. Bishop H2.
So are you saying that for Rook G4 check, he will have to find Bishop G3 again?
Yeah.
This is going to be the moment for Rook G4 check.
I don't think he'll give a check.
He will give a check.
You think?
He's not going to exchange the queens. If he wanted to, he would have done it before. He doesn't want to go Queen H4. He will give a check. Yes, and he's staring at Arjun. Yes, Nodirbek. Arjun is very calm and beautiful.
Arjun.
You can focus right now on the important move.
Arjun doesn't care. Nodirbek likes to stare, Arjun doesn't care.
Anmol says, hello sir, my name is Anmol. I'm a big fan, loving chess with 17 and Fritz. Arey, kya baat hai? Fritz is amazing for sure. Especially for all the people who are coaches. Fritz 17 is really great.
Okay, Amrita, very quickly, should we look at the game? Oh, it happened. He gave a check.
King, look,
Okay.
I can predict his moves exactly.
You and
Like-
Abdusattorov have
You
some
can-
connection, yeah?
Yeah, you can predict Magnus's moves.
But Gukesh,
Gukesh played bishop g3.
no,
Oh, sorry,
Arjun,
Arjun played
Arjun
bishop.
very quickly found it because,
That's
guys,
crazy, yeah.
the main point here is that after this, bishop f4 is such a massive threat that you are lost. And if you go here, there is rook h4. So, can we quickly go and check what? No, he went check. And I want to see how quickly Arjun plays
Yeah, me too.
within a
Quickly,
second.
matlab, it's so quick for him.
Guys, this is the battle between two of the biggest talents in the world of chess. And they are matching move for move. For now, I mean, Nodirbek is clearly better. But Arjun is finding the only defensive moves to keep at least some hope.
Absolutely.
And how Nodirbek should make progress is not so clear, Amruta. Because if he goes,
First move for
let's
me is
bring this.
h5.
Bring this
No,
rook.
h5. Let it be backranker. It is backbencher. Oh, whenever you're attacking and the queens are about to get exchanged,
but
my heart breaks.
Take and play h4. You will win a piece. But I want to ask the chat what to play, guys.
Oh,
White to play.
what a question, Sagar. What a question. Guys, come on. Come on, come on. Also, Shashank Pulagam has asked, what about bishop h4 for Abdu? Fish is in trouble, by the way, because I think he was in time pressure.
King h3, great move, guys. Well done.
So, guys,
Fantastic
as
job.
we know, the defense many times is a counter attack.
Yeah.
Keep this in mind. If we make an observation, more than 50% of the time it will be at a critical moment, might be even 70-80%, but at least above 50%.
Can we quickly check what Praggnanandhaa is doing? Queens are traded, and Pragg might be looking to reroute his bishop from this side. It might not be the easiest task to win this game,
but Sagar, Gukesh is in time pressure. Let's quickly move to that game right now.
Oh my god.
1 minute 12 seconds and he is at move number 28. That is a lot of moves to be made, a lot of pressure.
D4,
to
knight
withstand.
f4. Oh, why did he not take on f4? He just didn't like it. He played rook d2. It's a big mistake.
Oh.
And Wesley finds the best move.
Queen d5, because now this knight is pinned.
No, what
and
about
if you take
Amrita,
d5,
what about
if you
d5?
take d5, you have queen e5, so there is no disco. It's not a
Oh.
disco. Plus, there is no check or anything because your own rook, the piece which wants to give disco, has no support. So what happened in the game was he played knight e3. He attacked the queen.
Yeah.
But loses a pawn, a very important pawn. Queen takes b5 is happening. And what is the way he plans to get any counter player? Of course, there are ways because there is d5. The knights could. But everything seems pretty safeguarded by Wesley on his king side.
Yeah.
Yeah, this bishop is a nice X-ray defender.
No, this is Amrita very difficult for Gukesh to save. And by the way, Magnus Carlsen very quickly. Oh, so bishop here, king f2 he played, rook f7, bishop, rook f8, queen b3, b1, rook g1, check, king e2. So Magnus still in the driver's seat, but I mean, this is losing a piece, Amruta. You have to give back one piece, but you're still one piece up.
Oh, but your king is in the center. It still doesn't
No,
make it like, oh, it's dead lost.
No, it's lost. Like check and rookie won, and I think there's no way.
It is dead lost, yeah.
Yeah, it's just over. Okay,
Let's-
Magnus is completely winning. I think Arjun and Nodirbek. Let's go back to this game. So Rook G4 check, Bishop G3 has happened, and now Nodirbek is considering he has 13 minutes. He has to make 10 moves. Gukesh, Arjun has 11 minutes, and what Nodirbek is basically thinking is, can I go H5 H4? One idea, which is to push the pawn. The other idea is that what should I do to bring my rook into the game? So one point could be to play rook e8 with the idea of taking here, but then your back rank is weak. So Amruta, a combination of rook e8 and h5, these are the things that he must try.
Yeah, I agree with
Let's say rook e8. I don't even know what Arjun will do here.
Wait, can you play e6 here?
But e6, what if I take?
Creating fe6. You can't take.
And now I can't take because there's mate. But now I do this with the idea of this, removing the back rank. And
I have rook c7. Still you cannot take because there is queen f8 and queen g7. Let me still counter attack.
But what is rook c7's
can.
threat?
Threat is queen f7.
Queen f7?
Yep. Rook g8, queen h5. Ooh.
And I'm going to mate you before you can mate me. Check.
Yeah.
So
But rook g3 was the only move, right?
maybe rook g8 also works. But
No, queen h5 check. Mate.
अबे भाई queen defend कर रहे हैं ना queen.
अरे h4 पे pawn है ना. Ha ha ha.
Ah.
Go there, show once that position.
E6, fe6, h5, rook c7, h4.
Mate नहीं bishop h6. Shit.
Check bishop h6. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Abdusattorov goes h6, and Amruta, this might be a very interesting move because, as we rightly predicted, he wants to get rid of his back rank problem.
Oh, but then h6 is very surprising because h5
No,
is
no, no,
natural.
no, not it's not natural because queen g2 has queen h5.
Ah, he wants the queens on the board.
He wants the queens
by
on the
hook
board.
or by crook. All the time he has been avoiding queen.
So that's why h6 is a very sly move. It takes away the back rank
But
issues.
Sagar, find a move. Okay, you must be knowing the move.
One question is,
Which
if I
will-
play a3, which is just nothing
Ha,
move,
just to understand.
then rook e8 and I want to take this pawn because this is pinned.
Rook c5,
Yeah, I mean then
bishop h4 maybe. Because, or a bishop f4, yeah.
and now the queen is hanging.
Correct.
So
So if you don't play a3, Sagar, there is a move, guys, in the chat.
Let's
We
ask
will
our chat.
ask them. It's the right time.
and Nodirbek gets up. He has only 10 minutes, but 13 minutes he gets up. Now Arjun has to find the only move which might be a task, guys. The move is, and let's see if our chat found it.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Nice. Our chat is very alert. Queen h1, offering a trade of queens, which is a forced queen exchange.
Apurva, Jorden, Arohi, Bizarre, Neeraj, Sneha, Himnisa, Aniket, Devardhan, and Sadyam.
So, Amruta, if now he finds queen h1, that would be awesome. But I think Arjun makes a mistake. And Arjun goes queen g2. And
Hey, but
Nodirbek
one question, even for
shows
queen,
the value of h6
yeah.
and plays queen h5.
Now can you play queen h1, Sagar? Or is it bishop h4?
Yeah,
the
bishop
problem?
h4 maybe good. Oh, rook g3 and queen d1 is hanging.
Shit. Oh my god, that's the threat of queen h5, right?
Yeah, but now queen f3.
Rook g3 is the idea, and if you go queen f3, then this rook is free to move.
Okay, rook e8 or rook d8, no?
Yeah. Oh, he plays f3. He doesn't play queen f3.
What?
Arjun plays f3, which is in some way almost over. You have weakened another diagonal. I don't know if it is going to matter. Rook d4 is something which I think Nodirbek is going to find. He's thinking there. Bhai, your battery is low. Yes. 8 सागर का बैटरी लो है.
We are back. Amruta, it's so amazing how Nodirbek step by step has converted this into a big advantage, and how Arjun could not find Queen H1, which maybe was the only defensive move there, and now F3, and now Nodirbek, and he also sort of realizes that he's better. That's the thing. So he's completely into the game. This guy is just too good. Like, let's say Rook d4, just defend this. How will Arjun play now?
You don't have a threat, right? Like as of now,
Bishop F2, no?
immediate one. No, so why will I go Bishop F2? It does nothing good. It is no good.
But the main thing, Amruta, is that
What
this pawn
should
is
I
weak.
do?
This pawn is too strong.
The problem with d2 pawn, my rook on d1 is a useless rook.
Correct.
That
let's
one
go to
pawn
Wesley.
has completely tied down that piece.
Agreed. So today Arjun is losing. Gukesh is lost now after Wesley picked up a pawn, d5, and
Rook g6.
he just plays rook g6, knight g3, and Wesley is now
Gukesh
pawn up.
is lost, but not without hope.
Yeah, this position is as typical of
Because-
Gukesh's positions, complicated, but
But time is a major. Look at it. He's having 36 seconds.
he
which
hardly has
means
time. Yeah.
in 30 seconds to keep finding
9
good moves
moves.
in a bad position against Wesley is like a...
And let's quickly check what Praggnanandhaa is doing. So Pragg's position, which was looking earlier clearly better, now he has entered, but maybe is he able to break through? Not. Oh, he plays f3. So he wants to come from this side.
Nice.
But this
that
knight,
finally that bishop is coming out.
you can't take here because b8 is hanging. And actually at here, when he played knight b4, there was a chance to take here, but he didn't want to lose c6. So he went knight
It was a
b8.
barter at the end of it.
And now f3. ef.
Pragg has 3 minutes and 8 moves. Almost 4
gf.
minutes.
Now take gf.
That's okay.
I think Pragg might be the only Indian to win today, but let's see. King, what did you do? King d7.
Yeah, he played king d7. By the way, is king c8 a big threat? Oops. No. Not a...
Why?
It is, because if you move rook b6,
So
then
if
you
play,
lose
if you
the
play,
pawn
no,
on
if you play
a5.
rook g3, bishop g3, by the way, then I think you're...
King c8. Now your rook is hanging. You can't go e6.
Yeah.
You have to go rook b6.
Don't take on a5 because rook b and knight c6.
Oh, that's a nice little trick.
Thank you. Everyone wants to check Magnus game. By the way, Pragg still better, guys. Praggnanandhaa looking very solid. Magnus Carlsen against Richard Rapport. As we said, this is just queen is getting traded.
Oh, forced queen exchange. Another sad thing for Richard.
Yeah. And then in the end, he has only 2 pawns.
Yeah, and then you have to play against the world champion with a piece down.
So let's go to Arjun. I think Arjun's game, I'm still, it's only because it's Arjun, I feel there could be some hope. And Nodirbek has to once again find the only defensive move, guys. Only attacking move.
Only move?
Yeah.
But that is a good situation for
For
Arjun.
Arjun, yes.
Absolutely
Arjun
good
has
situation.
managed to get into a situation to threaten the trade of queens, and the only move which I think he will find is bishop h4. Bishop h4
Later.
Amruta, bishop h4 ढूंढना है.
Did the chat find?
नहीं Nodirbek has to find. He'll find because f5 is hanging then.
Arohi, Ajay, all of them have found bishop h4. But suppose he doesn't play bishop h4, the queens are getting exchanged. And that means that if the queens get exchanged, takes and king h2, this position materially, yeah, this is definitely okay. So that means it is very clear that Nodirbek is going to play bishop h4. It's a simple move actually. It's not even difficult. Simple thing what he has been doing. I don't want to exchange queens. That's what he's saying. What is Arjun going to do for bishop h4? Because taking is like game over. Take is simply finished. Queen f5 is also happening. But one very beautiful. Sorry, okay, there are
He
many
found
moves.
bishop h4, no?
He not yet.
He played.
He played. But a very beautiful move here.
Here. Here?
Yeah, there are many moves, but just the beauty of chess, just to look at
Whose
it.
move but?
Black to play. Okay, queen g2, rook e4.
Oh, rook e4. Wow.
What stupid. I only said to move. And rook e1.
No. No chance today for Arjun. I think
Yeah.
this might lead to a first loss because f5 pawn is hanging. d2 is a super strong pawn. You can't even win this pawn because after take, bishop g3 wins a piece.
Is it going to be the first loss of Arjun in this tournament?
Yeah. Let's go to Gukesh.
Moves would be happening very quickly here, right?
No, he played
at
bishop
least from
c5.
Gukesh's side. Queen e4 because he has to make it.
Yeah, Gukesh
fast.
did not have much time.
See
He goes
here,
queen
2
e4.
minutes. What's happening? Yeah.
And the position is so.
Actually, Wesley also has to be careful. Time pressure would be the only problem. Otherwise, this position
When
still.
he's pawn down, no, Amrita.
Yes.
So pawn is a pawn, and also knight c4 later.
But knight g4 should be an interesting move.
Here?
No, I mean threat. Yeah.
Perhaps, but don't you feel a bit awkward
That
with all
bishop
these
on
things?
c1 definitely I don't like. It has to be on an open diagonal. True.
Praggnanandhaa versus Jorden.
Did he play king c8? What happened? Knight c2.
f3 takes, king d7, knight c2, king c8, rook b1, knight.
Hey, but now e1, a5 is supported because the bishop is on e1.
So if he takes here.
Rook a. Oops, sorry.
Yeah,
rook
you
wanted to ask a question.
Yeah. But this just wins the piece. So a move like here, Amrita, king f2 is a big blunder. Because then I can take. And if you play now, then bishop e1, check.
Nice. Ulta disco.
Magnus gotten up from the board now. He's like, this one I will convert, don't worry. And this is hanging. I mean, this is just. Arjun goes king f1. What is resourceful Arjun's trick here?
So what is the first natural
for me is to take.
Come on, queen h5.
Oh.
King f1. I think he's guarded the e1 square.
No, now this cannot be taken.
Queen f5 cannot be taken. Yeah.
King f1, interesting move.
Yeah, actually I like it. Okay, what if simply I don't care about what your position is and I go rook d8?
Yeah, rook d8 is good. But I think queen g5 is even stronger. Threatening to take.
But he plays rook d8 because he knows that his pieces, this is the last piece which had to come in the game, and Arjun is struggling to find moves which can improve his piece position. That is the major problem, that this rook has no hopes, and neither these. No improvisation in piece position.
Yeah, Nodirbek has managed to really put Arjun under so much pressure and has made one accurate move after another. Arjun has been left with no chance for the time being. If there's anything here, it would be a miracle, but I think there's nothing much. And also, this move rook fd8 brings the final piece in the game. Remember, guys, chess is a game of teamwork. All the pieces have to play as a team. Although it's an individual sport, the pieces have to play together. So the rook was not doing anything. Getting him in the game was the right decision. Meanwhile, let's go to Gukesh and Wesley. So here, after queen e4, he plays bishop takes e3. And I think what he wants is Amruta to capture the c4 square. That's the reason he took the knight from here.
Your rook e3 or queen e3 would land in a fork.
Yeah.
So fe3 is
So
kind of forced.
He has to take with the pawn. And then here comes a nice variation because now this is hanging.
Rook g3.
So take this.
First you take this because now you get rook g3 with a check.
Yeah.
That should be lost. So he's taken bishop e3, winning another pawn in a way. Very tough. Magnus won, by the way. That's the news. Can we quickly go to the board? Board. Right. And check out the final movements. How is Richard going to react?
Gh3, rook f3, and Magnus already has rook g3 on the board, and Richard's time is going down to 26, 25, 24, 23, 22. His piece down. But Amruta, it's still something he can continue playing, right? Rook f1 check, maybe h4. Okay,
too much to play against the world champion still. Look at Magnus staring at Richard, and there he resigns.
Yeah. Magnus wins his first game after many rounds.
And Richard is smiling.
Yeah.
Because I think he was telling him what he missed.
And Magnus is still down by 1 point. Like, he has lost 2 games and he's won only... No, he's lost 2.
Yeah, he's lost 2 games.
And he's won maybe 2. So he is maybe on 50% score, but we'll come back to it. Let's quickly go to
all the games.
Yeah.
Pending.
Gukesh Wesley. He took with the pawn. And now knight h3 is coming in, Amruta.
So knight h3 is, maybe we can say knight h3 is almost over.
Where is Wesley? He's not at the board. Let's go to Arjun game. What is Arjun up to?
Pragg and Arjun, yeah. Rook e4, and that's happened on the board. That beautiful move, I mean, at least that idea.
Wow, you had seen it.
I mean, not me.
Because the point is, if you take with the pawn, then queen takes d1, check is happening. Yeah, so rook e4, great move by Nodirbek.
They are on move number 35. Arjun has now 4 minutes. But time pressure is not much of a thing here.
Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa goes after king g2 f5 by opponent. Knight e3, bishop
c7. And he's thinking, oh my god, Pragg has only 1 minute.
Yeah.
Important is that he doesn't miss anything in the last 3 moves, because that a5 pawn is always under some tactics, right? So he must take care of that.
News just coming in that Adiban just lost his game.
Got it. Jorden is fighting, yeah? I mean, from that position, he's still...
I mean, he has no other choice to fight hard.
That's true.
And shall we look at Gukesh?
Yes. Did he play? Oh, he first played knight c4, attack the rook, and maybe now he's going to play knight h3. Or, yeah. Okay, here it's very hard, it's almost lost. If there is any hope, then maybe in Arjun's game.
But even that is lost, no, Amruta?
Yeah, he played f6 trying to create some counterplay. Is anything happening? There was no threat, right? Is rook e1 a threat? Rook e1,
No, rook
rook
e1.
e1. No, rook e1 is not a threat. So this looks beautiful right now, but without a threat yet. f6. If you play gf6, yeah, he plays gf6. Arjun is thinking here. If you take here, then it is over, guys. Find a move for Nodirbek. Black to play and over. Okay, why not?
People have found the move.
Yeah, but some people have also suggested rook e8. But right move is queen b5 check. Yes, the queen swings back again. And if you go king g1 or something, I mean king on the g file or something, then there is also rook g8. It's gonna be over. So this is going to be over. Rook
Yeah,
e1 check now. Final.
It's a nice move.
Queen f1. Gukesh also resigned. That's the news coming in. Definitely a slightly sad day today, I guess.
Yeah,
We
knight
have had
d6
some
and
losses.
he just resigns because I think if he moves it back somewhere,
Knight h3.
then knight d3 is just
Ah,
forking.
you lose an exchange, not a pawn. Yeah, this is lost. Time pressure is definitely a killer, yeah.
You can see Gukesh is already sort of not happy with his position. It's not only about time pressure. I think he did not play that position so well also. This he had
Because
an
of time
advantage.
pressure, right?
No,
Because
he had 20 minutes some point, 25 minutes. And then he let that advantage slip.
which definitely shows in some way that when you are sometimes having a bad tournament, it was being carried forward. Tough times, but
But
what
Wesley
doesn't-
scores his first win, Amruta, of this tournament. it
Oh,
seems.
that's his first win.
And also, Gukesh said, "What did I do wrong?" And Wesley said, Let's go outside and analyze." So he was there. Meanwhile, Pragg has reached 40th.
By the way, if this news is true, then Praveen says Vaishali won. Then that is really a great news. Yes, Vaishali won. That's amazing.
Amazing news.
Amazing.
Yeah. We'll go and check her game.
Yeah, right now first we can
3 more moves to make before time travel.
So 2 games are going on Praggnanandhaa na? And this one. Pragg is losing his advantage. Not sure, we'll check that out. Yeah, outside consecutive wins for Vaishali. That yesterday also she won. Nice. Queen h3. Hey, I don't know this one. But Pragg. Oh, Indian from South says tomorrow it will be Praggnanandhaa versus Nodirbek. Array. That's gonna be.
Done yesterday.
It is done yesterday. It was a draw. अरे Indian from South ऐसे झूठे खबर मत दे दो. Oh. Your Nodirbek is thinking, but it's more like he's spoiled for choice. Because there is Rook F4. Actually, can he finish? He must be thinking, can I finish off the game? It's move number 37. Can he do that? Queen H3 was the last move by Arjun. What will you consider from black, guys? Pragg blundered. Oh my god. Wait, everybody's saying, which means it has to be true. No, guys. He's played knight c1. It's not a blunder. Rook a1, knight went to d8. He went knight c1. The knight. It's a slow progress. He'll play h5. He'll maneuver his pieces. So it's going to take a lot of time. 40 moves are over in Praggnanandhaa's game. Let's go to Arjun's game, because right now it's in the most critical phase. Yes, Rook f4 was played by Abdusattorov. You're not threatening Rook f3 as of now. But the most important problem for Arjun is to constantly find moves. It's just so difficult to find any valuable moves here. Especially as we have discussed, this rook is the most useless piece. Very hard. Can you think of any moves, guys? Look at this. If you try to think of, let's say, rook c8 with the idea of rook d8, he can simply take, king goes here. And now your f3 is attacked by two people. You cannot defend it. It's gone. So rook c8 is out of consideration. If you go e takes f6, as we have discussed, whenever the pawn moves, queen b5 is completely crushing. Arjun takes the pawn on a7. He plays bishop a7. But there is no threat, and Nodirbek can either take this with the pawn with the idea of e4, and then f3 again is going to be in trouble. Nodirbek can also take queen e5 with the idea of queen e1, and it's still going to be in trouble. Ramesh says bishop g1 stop black's fun after queen h2. Why not exchange the bishops was the question. By the way, here Nodirbek has played queen e5 and Arjun has 1 minute. He has to make 2 moves, but the position is extremely lost. How do you face this move, queen e1? What do you do? Rook e3. Anything else is lost. But then after queen e5, queen b5 check is revived. Yeah, he played bishop e3 and queen b5 check has happened on the board. Arjun makes the final 40th move. King g1 he plays. And now it's losing in many ways. One was, as we considered, rook g8, king h1, bishop e1 should, bishop e1 not now because there is h6 is weak, but queen e2 will come in with the idea of queen e1. So this is the simplest winning way. Arun is saying Nodirbek seems to play with his right hand as black and left hand as white, depending on clock's position. Is this observation correct? We'll have to observe tomorrow if what you're saying is true. That is very interesting. I'm not sure about it. We'll have to see. Queen e2 has happened on the board. He didn't give a check. He first played Queen e2. Oh, that is an interesting thing. Let's observe it tomorrow again. Arun, remind us. Very legit douche says, I mean, wouldn't your hand be closer to the clock naturally based on being. Yeah, for black, it is always an advantage if you're a right handed person. But then white gets, this is the point, white gets to move first. Ah, he played queen f1. Rook g8 should be over. Maybe we are seeing the going to see the resignation in the next minute or two. Rook g8 should do the trick. If for queen f1, rook g8, if king h1, then you can simply take and have, I mean, many moves are possible. Bishop e1 with the idea of d1, rook f3, you cannot take here this, and also the idea is rook h3, so should be winning. It's happened on the board. Rook g8 check, king h1. Though he has a lot of time, I'm sure that Nodirbek is not going to think for more than a minute or two. This is forced. There's nothing else he can play anyway. Yes, he's taken on f1. Now we will see his choice, whether rook f3 or bishop e1. Indian from South says it is made in 12 moves, so Arjun is probably resigning. Yes, Nodirbek goes rook f3. Completely amazing the way Nodirbek has played this game. Slight advantage converting without giving any slightest bit of possibility there, opportunity there. Actually, Arjun also really tried to find some good moves, but one or two places it was a bit hard. The position was very hard to still keep making accurate moves. And yes, after rook f3, Arjun did resign because, as we discussed, you cannot take here, and there is a mate incoming, so it's lost. Arjun resigns. Nodirbek beats Arjun. Arjun's first loss in the tournament, and Nodirbek is completely on fire. He's beaten Magnus, and now he's beaten Arjun. They are trying to analyze. It's very nice to see. Vishal says brilliancy on the last move. The guy is a beast. Feeling sad for Arjun. There's only one thing we remember in chess: whenever you lose, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So, of course, one more like for all the days, Arjun was on the defender's side, and to keep defending and defending, it's always hard. Okay, I think they're going to analyze for some time. Maybe the arbiter will tell them to analyze outside. So maybe we can shift to Praggnanandhaa's game now. What's happening there? Shall we have a look, guys? Yes, everybody in the chat is saying go to Praggnanandhaa's game. We are there. Actually, nothing happened. We saw knight c1, and the last move Van Forest played h6, which is actually not a very good move. Very firstly, the problem of such a move. Very firstly, the positional problem in such a move. Guys, can you tell me what is the positional problem? Prabodh Prakash says backward pawn. Yes, definitely, and the move is. But the move is. Indian from South asks, haven't both Arjun and Nodirbek trained under Rustam? Yes, you're right. That's true. The bind, yeah, after h6 in such a situation, h5 is a very, very strong bind. And this would be a very good move for Praggnanandhaa. I have no doubt that he will go for h5. He will definitely find it. Of course, there are other moves which are good as well, like h6. The main idea is to go g5. So f4 should also be possible, but h5 is a very nice move. Just you should remember this in general. So what else? What else can you think of? Is g5 is actually a threat if you go knight e2? No, g5 would be maybe to takes, and now if you try to attack the f5 guy, then there is f4. Maybe you don't want to land up here. So g5 definitely is a move to consider. Who had said h5, by the way? Anurag, Sugandh, Splinker, Samarveer, Utsav, Jappu, Anil and Advait. Yes, you were right. In this situation, how much time is Pragg having for h6? Yeah, they're going to have a lot of time, but I don't think they will be using a lot of time. Maybe I should shift to the video. Yeah, there we are. Thank God. You know, the name of Pragg's camera was Arjun, and the name of Arjun's camera was Pragg. So I think I'm lucky that we got Pragg. Can't we play f4 instead of h5? Yes, that's a question you have asked, and f4 is a possible move. f4 is possible. g5 is not possible here. How does black, generally, how do you think in a position? Generally, you try to think, how can I improve my piece position? This question helps you many times. Like Fisher was very good at using this question. How can I improve my piece position? So when you think of it for black, let's say this bishop, for example, it cannot improve itself because it has really no square unless it can capture a5, but it is defended. So as of now, no. But this question also makes you understand that in future, yes, maybe bishop d8 is at least going to be slightly active to attack this pawn if it still will be on h4. When you ask the same question for the rook, how can I improve my piece position? You do get an instinct that it should be on the open file, on the 7th rank. But what is stopping the plan is the pawn. This a pawn is limiting the freedom of the black rook. Now, if we look at the knights, how can I improve the piece position? The advantage of knights in this position is it is quite a closed position. So they are happy to travel slowly. Knight is a slow piece, as we know. So they are okay. So where would be the best place for a black knight when you think of it? Maybe you think of generally in opponent's camp, that could be a square on c4 because it attacks e3, it attacks a5. On e4 is a nice square, but it attacks nothing. So more like a show off. On g4 also only. So c4 definitely looks like a great square, but the route to reach c4 is impossible because all the white pawns have controlled the route, the travel route for the knights. मतलब एक curfew है. There's a curfew. You can't do that. So even if this might be the best square, you have to find some other squares. At the end of it, knight on b7 attacks the pawn on a5. Wait, Sachin has asked knight a6 to block the pawn and then rook b7. That's a great question. So here's what Sachin suggests is after h6, let's say we were looking at f4 move, and if black goes knight a6 with the idea of rook b7. Very good idea, very logical idea, stopping the pawn you want to activate. Looks likely that this is how black will continue. And how can white improve his position? Because is there going to be any kind of a fortress where you know you have that material, but you have done every possible thing to improve your position and there you are stuck? So what can we do here? Just to give an idea, suppose I consider a move like rook b7, rook b1, rook b7, and if we consider this exchange, this is already towards preference for black. Easier for a draw with the exchange of rooks. This could very well become a fortress. You have no break on e4, absolute bind. You have no entry with the king to g6 because there is a pawn here. These two are the pawns. And there doesn't seem to be any likely progress. So I'm very doubtful about this position if the rook gets exchanged, which is not going to happen easily, of course. So what we understand is Pragg has to not exchange the rooks. He will need a rook to create weakness. f4 may not be a great idea because it kind of takes away the root of this king if it had any path in the endgame. An idea, a dream idea would be something like this: bishop gets exchanged and then the king is like liberated on the dark squares. That should be a dream-like scenario. I like people are already suggesting a lot of ideas. Savite says knight d3, knight b4. Yes, she's finding good square. He is finding good squares for a knight. Knight a6, knight b4. King to c3. So after h6, Pragg has to actually think very seriously what to do, and the good thing is he has time. It's more going to be about a plan than calculation here. It's a strategic position. It's a perfect lesson for strategy. Can you convert this, and how? With this kind of evaluation bar and this kind of evaluation in, if you saw in Arjun versus Nodirbek's game, there it was a lot about precision, a lot about tactics, a lot about king weakness. This kind of advantage here is still very difficult to convert because it is a lot about strategy. So we saw f4. What else should we see? What are the other suggestions here, guys? Do you want to go knight b4? Trying to... No, you can't go knight b4. It's a blunder. You miss supporting the a5 pawn, and rook a5 is just going to be a plain draw. So knight b4 is not happening. That's why anything like knight d3, knight b4 is something which is not possible. Which means you cannot push the pawn from a5. Oh my god. So you will have to create a second weakness. You will have to create some weakness in black's position, especially on queen side, king side. Can you think of anything to do that? Let's say if we go knight e2, trying to do that, as Sachin suggested, knight a6. Now if you try to go knight g3, the problem is f4. If you take here, there is, yeah, bishop f4. I wouldn't say this is easy to convert for Pragg. I wouldn't say, but I would be extremely curious to see how he is going to deal with this position. h5, knight e2, bishop g3. That's another plan suggested by Savite. So what at this point he says h5. We continue with our plan of knight e6. Knight e2, bishop g3, or yeah, maybe directly bishop g3. Yes. You want to exchange the bishop, as we said, it is a dream scenario. Black says, okay, I don't really care, I'm going rook b7, want to go rook b2. And now after bishop c7, king c7, because you want to go next move rook b2. But I can stop your rook from coming, no, not b3, but to coming anywhere here. And if rook b3 here, maybe I can defend this knight with the other knight. So in order to enter the 7th rank, you might still think, oh, rook c3. And now, no, rook c2 is also covered. Wow, this is very nice, guys. Look at this. This knight covers the b2 square. Rook cannot enter. This knight defends the d3 knight, which covers the b2 square and also covers the c2 square. This rook covers the a2 square. This rook has no entry on 7th and 8th rank. From c3, this rook doesn't have any big dreams. That is nice. Oh my. I think this is a great position because here you have king g3, king f4, and as we discussed, a clear plan. So exchanging the dark square bishop would be important, but Pragg has made a commitment. He has gone for f4. It's an extremely committal move because everything is fixed here, super fixed, and now you don't have any idea of bishop g3. What is his idea then? Is the idea h5, bishop h4, trying to exchange this bishop and then bring another knight to e2, g3, attack the f5 pawn because this bishop cannot defend any light square pawn. And for this knight, it needs to be on e7, which maneuver looks like, okay, if this knight has to reach e7, knight d7, knight f8, but knight g6 wouldn't be possible because there will be a pawn here. Are we saying it's impossible? Yeah, because if he goes knight a6, knight c7, there is no knight d5. Oh my god, this is a very cool thing. If white has a pawn on h5, if white gets his knight to g3, then f5 pawn will be lost. Amazing. Amazing. Parasnath asks, can white play knight b4 after black plays knight a6? So what you are asking is, here after knight a6 can white play knight b4? That's a nice question, because if you play knight b4, bishop b4, yes, you have secured the a5 pawn, and for rook b7 you know what we have e6, so there is no blockader anymore, so definitely should be possible. The only thing is, I think black will go for h5 and g6. So you will have to find a way to attack the g6, which is knight comes to a5, e5, and then some takes will happen. Yes, this should be winning. Yeah, this should be winning. Strategically, it has to be winning. So Pragg makes the move f4. He's walking. He's pretty relaxed. It's the 41st move. He has 30 minutes. Van Forest has 5 minutes, but the 30 minutes are yet to be added. So guys, they have completed 40 moves. That's why they've got 30 minutes extra. So they're gonna think a lot. What if h5? Yes, h5 is possible, as we were discussing, and the first move which comes to the mind is, why not knight e2? Oops, sorry, knight e2, knight g3 doesn't make sense because the pawn is going to go to g6. So maybe you would like to start with knight d3. And if knight e6, then you have to find a plan. Because right now, if you go knight e5, there is no pawn on g6 anyway. If you take on e5, seems like white can consider f5 because he gets a root here. But the rook coming to b7 this time, how do you stop rook b2? Maybe only move bishop c3. But then what do you do for rook b3? Because this bishop is attacked. And unlike last time when you had the knight on d3, which was solidly being supported by the other knight, now this bishop cannot be. So black is getting counterplay. If he gets entry inside, yes, there is a lot of play. That's happened. By the way, h5 has been played by Van Forest. Pragg has come back to his board. He's thinking. A very good question by Mithun. We can go king f3 with the idea of rook g1. I mean, king f3, yes. The next would be that you need to move this bishop. You need to move the knight. So maybe we are looking at knight d3, not b3. That helps. Maybe you're looking at bishop c3 and then rook g1. But you cannot move the rook until they are attacking. So then you will need your knight on b3. So let's say king f3. If he goes knight e6, you go knight b3. Then whenever you go knight b3, there is rook b7. You kind of provoke a6 and then go rook a. Wait, for a6 there is knight a6, right? Because if rook a6, you have rook b3. Haven't you just won the pawn? Okay, it's a barter. You lose the c6 pawn. So that's not working still. a6, rook b7 is still not happening. So knight a6, he will need to play. Pragg goes king f3. Yeah. How many of you like strategy more than the calculations, the aggressive positions? How many of you are a big fan of positional play? Me, Pole. Sagar, I will come back in some time. Right now, we'll call him, when the position, maybe after a few moves, just a very few moves. He has had a long day. We also had at Phoenix Market City today. In our Chess Biz India Club, there was today we had Praveen Tipse, we had the second Grandmaster from Mumbai, Aditya Mittal. There was a Saimal. So yes, also his health has not been very good since last few days. So kind of overstretches, getting a lot of chakkar. So I think I don't want to wake him up right now. But after a while, we'll definitely wake him up. Sachin says, I've recently started loving positional play. Then it means you have actually started understanding it really well, because only then you can fall in love with it. Nice. That means you're preparing, Sachin. You're preparing very seriously. Satyam Jha says me, because in attacking positions, one mistake and all advantage is gone. I think that's true for, in fact, strategic position also, because it's so much about right timing of strategy that sometimes you miss one move and the whole plan collapses. But a lot of people in the chat like strategic positions. Yeah, strategy. I mean, that's just amazing. Oh my god. What is your prediction? Prajwal is saying looks like Jordan might draw this. What do you think? If you were white in this position, first there are two questions. First question is, if you guys are white, you are playing against somebody, do you think you can convert this advantage? Or do you think it looks more towards a fortress, or kind of not easy to find a plan and it will end in a draw? If you were playing, do you think you can convert or not? Yes or not? Keep yourself in Pragg's shoes, guys. Yes, by the way, we had a great result today that Vaishali won her game. Bluff Master says it's been 2.5 hours. I've been continuously watching this. Am I addicted to this now? No, 2.5 hours. No, you're not addicted. Upgraded Gaming says I'm new to chess. Oh, lovely. You're going to really enjoy. That's going to be an upgraded gaming. Not at all. I can convert. I would take a risk and convert. I can convert. Mr. Gabbar says, I'm an intermediate player rated 1000 but don't know how to play strategically or from where to learn more. Mr. Gabbar, you should definitely consider, if you're seriously wanting to improve and can spend some time on a daily basis or weekly basis on learning, then you can check out the some of the series on YouTube which we have on our channel. Improving Your Chess series is one. Then Slow and Steady is really a very good series with Biswa. It's maybe around a few episodes. And apart from that, there is a book, Silman's Reassess Your Chess. It's a very thick book, but will help you to understand how each piece works. Like, when are double knights good, when are double bishops good, when is the bishop, which piece to exchange, all the understanding. Basically, strategy is a lot about understanding the depth of the piece in that position. So you should uh, go for it in case you are interested. Yeah, Jakob Agard's books are also very nice, but they're slightly for higher level, I would say. Yeah, I once you get the understanding of the pieces and you are able to, because every position the piece is going to be different how much ever you see. So in tactics it's all about patterns. Yeah, it's disco, it's spin. You very quickly are able to understand what is happening. In positional play it's about pieces, and once you see a lot of such positions and you see find out plans and all of that, you read about it, you think yourself. Once you do that a lot, similarly you will actually be able to find that there are patterns in strategies also. So yeah. Sachin says if I were white here I wouldn't even know I'm better. Yeah. No, in fact, sometimes it may happen that you might have considered, oh my god, I'm a pawn up, I have an outside passer, I'm just clearly winning, and why is nothing happening? I think this has happened number of times in classical to me, only to find out later, okay, it was never so easy. With this, Chakravarti says, which is the best positional playbook? Yeah, I think Reassess Your Chess is an all-rounder book, definitely one of the best. Then there is Can You Be a Positional Chess Genius is a very good book. You'll learn a lot of like for example, when you just see there are two pawns eyeing like this, and if it is an open file, many times the move is like rook e4, even if there is a bishop on d3. Yeah, so it's an exchange sacrifice. But now it's a, as I said, it's more like a strategy, it's a pattern, and most of the times it's like you lose material, but those important moments you will know that is a very good move in that particular position. For that understanding you need to see number of games where you see, oh, rook e4, it's a great move. Oh, there is a pawn here on like here in this kind of a thing, rook b6, oh, great move, but only if you've seen that, you will actually start considering a move like rook b6. Otherwise, you will be thinking, oh, it's a blunder. It opens your horizons. Best chess book for tactics for 1300 rated. I would definitely recommend Woodpecker Chess because it has tactics from of all the world champions. Like the chapters are, let's say, Magnus Carlsen is a world champion, then from his games, the tactics are there. So, in a way, you also get to know the classics in some way because some people just don't have the patience to go through all the chess classics. Okay, let's try to see because their move has happened on the board. Wow, Sachin, your plan, knight a6, has actually happened. Van Forest has played that. And look at Praggnanandhaa. He looks like really having fun in this position, thinking, enjoying, having good enough time, like 27 minutes. This time is valid until another 60 moves. Then it will be increment. So, oh, Van Forest, is he drinking some mango juice or what? Mango lassi maybe. Yeah, for all the people who joined today, we had today's results. Important results were Arjun lost against Nodirbek, Gukesh lost against Wesley, and Anish drew in the beginning and I think quite early, and Magnus won against Richard Rappo. Those are the results. We are right now watching Praggnanandhaa versus Van Forest. By the way, guys, what happened to Adiban? Did he finish his game? Knight a6 has been played. So Pragg must be thinking about what are the options Pragg is thinking about. Let's have a, oh, before he plays, maybe we can do it from the next move. We can all guess what Pragg will choose. He goes knight d3. not knight b3. He was knight d3. Next move, he wants to play bishop d2. And if this knight would still be on a6, which means that if I won't be attacked, then he will be able to play rook g1. So the main question here is, after knight d3, because this knight d3 was played, knight a6 was played with the idea of rook b7, can Van Forest go rook b7? Oh, by the way, we have Dhairya Kumar, who is now the backer of Indian chess. Welcome, Dhairya. Thank you so much for becoming the member. And we also have Avanish Sharma, who is the new member. Welcome to the supporter of Indian chess. That's very nice of all of you who are becoming members and who are renewing the memberships, because all the membership amount goes to a young talent who is generally selected, and the monthly amount is given to him to play tournaments, to get training. So this is something which is a very nice thing you all are contributing. Thank you. Yeah, so if rook b7, this was our question, but let's not forget that b2 is covered. He only has rook b3. We can say, okay, bishop d2, and now if rook b3, the knight, last time we were seeing a move like knight e1, but in this case we can look at a very interesting knight b4 move, because it is directly hitting the knight on a6, and we would love that the pawn is pushed as quickly as possible. And even after king b7, you can just ignore, go king a2, keep this very well on, complete hold, complete grasp here. Whenever he takes, it's just going to be a complete massacre by the a pawn. Oh my god, he's played rook b7. He has played rook b7. And we just saw that nothing's happening. Bishop d2 is a very strong idea. Just also to let you know, if black goes knight e6, defends the ear, then rook g1 is not giving you anything, because the pawn is defended. Rook g5 right now is not possible. So rook g1 is still a little too premature. First, go king e2. So what we understand is white is going to safeguard his king side, the b file, the a pawn very strongly, and then he is going to decide which are those one or two pieces who are going to be the man of the match. Yeah, and black is not playing g6 because, yeah, he cannot defend. People are asking why not rook g6 there. I think which position was it? Yeah, rook g1 here. Why not rook g6 after? Okay, black will try to find some counter attack, so he'll go bishop d8. He'll attack this h4 pawn, and you can go rook g6 because you're hitting this knight. This pawn for now is defended with this rook as well. But bishop comes to f6. A nice way to defend your e6 knight, right? In a way. And yeah, there's such closed positions. Slow plans have to be accurate. And knight b4 directly is also possible. That's what Hariharan asks. So I think this is a possible position we could land up into. And if knight b4 directly takes rook attacks the pawn a6, then there is rook a5, and this king will defend. So that's a nice defense there. You may want to wait, yeah, you may want to first improve your position, because black cannot really improve his piece position. White will safeguard. I think Pragg is going to go bishop d2, king e2 first. Then he's going to prepare the next moves based on what Jorden is wanting to do. Yes, Magnus has won. So the games, also to summarize the games, Richard played some crazy chess. He gave a sacrifice and he definitely miscalculated something because it did not. He was not able to create any big deal out of the sacrifice, and Magnus, in a way, won easily against him. Arjun versus Nodirbek. Nodirbek played brilliant chess. He got some advantage. After that, he did not let it lose at all. Slide by slide, he kept improving, and the final moves, the final blows were just simply amazing. Arjun did try to defend very hard, but one or two key positions to find the right move was something which was missed. It's never so easy. And Arjun lost. Gukesh had an advantage in the middle game, but he had to make a lot of moves. He landed up in time pressure, and in time pressure to make a lot of moves against Wesley is never so easy. So Magnus's match is over, to tell you that. So all those who want to see Magnus's game, he's not playing, guys. Pragg has thought for 7 minutes or 7 or 8 minutes until now. So this is a good time to guess Pragg's move, yeah? What Pragg will play. Not what you will play, but what Pragg will play. Why not knight e5 is the question. So there are a lot of move suggestions like knight b4, knight e5, bishop d2. What do you think Pragg is going to play, guys? Oh, maybe 1 second. Let me clear the poll chat so that we have it here. And then when he plays, we can actually compare. That would be very interesting. Very cool. Very, very cool. Oh, he already played. Why am I always late in asking this? Yes, he played bishop d2, and the first ones to guess that was Javal Kumar, Devan, Indu, Abs, Raghav. Nice, guys. So bishop d2 has been played. Now Jorden has to think what he wants to do. Whether he wants to go knight e6, whether he wants to go rook b3 might look tempting to him. Because all the time this rook was like in the prison. Suddenly it feels like it's getting some air. Also same with the knight. Or is he going to completely ignore everything and just go king d7? And go for a completely different kind of an idea? I don't think it's about the comparison between Gukesh or Arjun in that way. There is a lot of age gap. There is a lot about experience this tournament, and there's a lot about your mindset during a particular event. So as we say, form is temporary, class is permanent, and Gukesh has shown his class already in Olympiad. So it was not at all an easy thing to do that. So we have to be patient. We have to be patient. Nobody performs amazingly all the time. So let's not be hard on anyone. Okay, now we can guess the move. Guys, let me clear the move so that I can actually read out the names who are able to guess what Pragg is going to choose next. Again, I'm late. What? He played king e2. Pragg has figured out everything. He knows what to do. He has his plan. Wow. So this is something which we were expecting, that he is going to secure his 7th rank and all the weak spots there, because he can improve the position. So which means right now what Van Forest is going to seriously think of bishop d8, and this bishop is going to keep pressure on both these points, h4 and a5. Yes, quite irritating for the rook, because in spite of being on the open file, it really has nothing to do as such. So bishop d8, I think, is one move for Van. It's a long game, guys. Do you play classical chess or do you play rapid tournaments? Is there anybody who regularly plays mm, classical events here? How is it? Narendra Khandekar asks, what if black arranges his all pieces on his second rank? Knight f7, bishop e7, king d7, knight c7, rook b7. I mean, he surely can, but that cannot be the aim of his game. would would look very funny. Bishop e7, knight c7, this knight to be on f7. Yeah, bichare. What would you do if he goes bishop d8? Bishop e1 looks really passive. That's the question. Yeah, let's look at the best move for black. Bishop d8. Because definitely bishop e1 is not a good idea. I mean, the whole thing, what you did right now, was to try to progress in some way. So, one possibility is the bishop on c7 was controlling an important square, which was e5. Can you consider going knight e5? And can you consider giving this h4 pawn in barter for c6 pawn? Knight takes c6, so that you have two passers and one of them is going to go crazy. So that could be a very interesting question there. And also, because for this pawn to go forward, the pieces are not supporting. So this is one position which I would say that Pragg or Van, both of them will have to calculate very seriously. And if he doesn't take on h4, and let's say, oops, not rook d7, rook c7, if he decides to defend c6 and again renew the threat of bishop h4, then white is still going to white can play knight g6 firstly. Pragg can go knight g6, defend the h4 here. This is a nice way to continue. Pragg can also consider a move like knight b4. Now attacking this a6 knight. And after take, you don't have time for h4, taking on h4, because a6 would be again disastrous for black. You rook a7 and then knight c6. A nice way to take the pawn back in barter. Because also for a6, if you go king b8, then the bishop will come to a5. So this will all become a big problem. Yeah, take. So that's what is the power of this knight, which is coming to e5, as we are seeing after bishop d8. And could be scary actually to go bishop d8 for this reason. So if Van Forest has to consider bishop d8, then his question will be, can I allow the knight to e5 or not? That would be a question for him. And if he doesn't go bishop d8, then yeah, he will have to keep waiting with the moves like knight b8 and rook a7 and allowing knight b4. No, maybe, wait. How do you progress? Maybe a6. Yeah, something like this. Something like this. Oh, I'm sorry. I just completely missed if any questions in the chat. Well, that was a lot of analysis what we did right now. So king a2, we are at this position currently. By the way, just to have a quick look at what other games are doing. Only two more games are going on. One is Maksudlu versus Caruana, and Maksudlu has an outside passer. Uh, but there could be threats like bishop c4, queen e3 check. So last move he played here h3, because if he would have gone this, then there was check, and this would be perpetual to the bishop. Okay, you can't go queen e2 because then takes and you lose the b7 pawn. So he played h3. And what about Vincent versus Ding? Oh, Vincent is a pawn up in rook endgame. Very interesting rook endgame they are playing. Goes rook c2. Whether this is convertible? Yes, of course, this should be winning. Oh my god, Ding is having a tough tournament. Rook c2, this is attacked. Yeah, and you also have these ideas b4, b5, kind of clamping these pawns there. Going rook c6, rook f6, doesn't look good. Okay, this is a clear plan. So Vincent is beating Ding. Fabiano Maksudlu is going to be a draw. And Praggnanandha's is the game which is right now with mistakes. It could also end in a draw, but I'm sure Pragg will find a way. Erasmus asks, would you say that the white bishop is passive? Yes, the white bishop is the bad bishop. This is a bad bishop that is generally based on the central pawns, and you can see these are the dark square pawns. They're also blocked. So this is a bad bishop, but because the position is in general closed position, even if this is a good bishop, it's very restricted. So knights are better in closed position. Prajnay asks, can you please tell why Pragg's advantage is so huge? He has a dark squared bishop and all his pawns are on dark squares. If knight e5, then bishop e5. So all advantage is because of one pawn. Yeah, majorly, of course, material, definitely. And this one pawn is not just a pawn, it is restricting, as we saw that black has to keep one of the piece to stop it. It cannot be like all the pieces are doing their job, because this cannot go on ruling. So that is the power of one pawn here. That is one of the biggest advantage. As we know, in chess you need two weaknesses in order to convert any position. So imagine if it was only this pawn and nothing else, there is no other counterplay, it would not be enough. So white will have to try, Praggnanandhaa will try to find a way to attack the second weaknesses. It's not like they're not there. This is definitely one weakness, but it's not so easy to reach. Oh, by the way, bishop d8 has happened on the board, which means knight e5 he has calculated, he has allowed. The other weakness we can say can be the pawn on g7 or g6. But in the same way, to attack is not going to be easy. But weaknesses are there. What we need to see is whether there can be a fortress. And as we have already checked it out, no, doesn't seem likely. Still, I would say that the best idea instead of f4, what Pragg went for should be to not go for f4, to keep bishop g3 as an option available to exchange these bishops. That would have maybe given him easier chances. Like right now, it is a lot about being strategically accurate, taking right decisions at the right time. Timing is going to be important. So this is a position. Knight, many times we are seeing that knight before is doing nothing, no good, no improvement as such. Yeah, go 95 would be a good chance. It's a great opportunity for Pragg. Will he go for that, guys? Yes or no? Do you think Pragg will go 95? Shiva Sai Reddy says Pragg looks in a good mental space. Yes, for sure. It's just his body language. Look at the way he's also sitting with one leg on the chair. I think Pragg you always used to sit like this though, since he was a child. So yes, knight e5. No, yes, no. I think he will play knight e5. I think, guys. Yeah, many of you are also thinking that he will play knight e5. By the way, Himang says that Vaishali will be playing Ellen tomorrow. It will make a very interesting game. Yeah, for sure, Ellen Rubers is definitely a talent to look for, and Vaishali versus Ellen would be absolutely interesting. Two strong women chess players. Is Pragg struggling? Uh, can't call it struggling, uh, um, but definitely it's not as easy for sure. I like 95. Okay, so 95, the forcing calculation which we have seen is if bishop h4, knight c6, and we are very happy with the new transformation in our lives. Because the pawn structure has changed, so we can call it a transformation. So maybe with this I could ask also a question to all of you in what would you say in your life has been the biggest transformation? What do you think? Bishop, bishop d8, knight e5. So instead of bishop h4, the other move which we saw was to support the c6 pawn. Maybe if king c7, but then king c7 or rook c7, the point is white can exchange. Oh yes, and Praggnanandhaa has played knight e5. He has taken the opportunity. The bishop no more is on c7. That means he has calculated it all. Amazing. 16 minutes on his clock, 15 more moves to make. Van Forest is ready with the move. What did he play? Oh, he played king c7. He had considered it all. Arun says, never thought I would be up at midnight watching chess. Transformation. Transformation. Goals. Never thought, yeah. That's that's amazing. One thing is for sure. How much ever time you have spent on watching chess, learning chess, playing chess, doing chess, it is never going to be a waste of your time. You might also think at some point, oh my god, it is too much. But it is never going to be. Completely trust me here. So let's now look at it carefully. King c7 has been played by Van Forest. Here, Pragg actually now can go towards progress. He can go knight b4 and hitting this knight, forcing the knight, let's say to take on b4. A very nice move. You cannot, oops, sorry, no, I thought here you cannot take because there is a6. But first you need to play e6 because if you take here rook b4 and now if you play a6 then there is rook b8 and of course the pawn is stopped. It was too ambitious. But a6 and the main idea is after takes, yes, you lost the pawn, but you are winning another pawn back, which is the c6 pawn. As we have always considered, at the right time this barter would be very useful. For that right time, this knight had to be on e5. This is the right time for it. The king doesn't have any of these squares. The king is quite a sad piece here, and rook c6 attacks the e6 knight as well, forcing it to go even more passive, and you can put even more pressure on it. But let's not forget that your h4 pawn over there, dur kahi, was hanging, and this endgame could get a slightly complicated but would be winning and favorable for Praggnanandhaa. So that's a very interesting transformations we are going to lead into. So knight b4, if he doesn't take on b4, if he goes a move like rook a7, then it is simply over because after knight ec6 here, my knight stays on b4. There is a 4. And it's not going to really work it out. Yeah, you lose another pawn. So in a way, knight b4. Oh, Praggnanandhaa has played knight b4. He's finding all the best moves. Now his position has absolutely, like, since after many moves, the position has progressed drastically. We can say this for sure. Oh, Rishi Shivare. Arey, thank you for your super chat. Go Amrita. Thank you. Yes, Pragg is winning right now. You see that whole intention of black to find counterplay, thinking going bishop d8, doing something different in life, gave the control of one important square, which was the e5. And the moment Pragg got that opportunity, he did not fear going into all the calculations of giving up the h4 pawn, taking on c6. He went for it, and this has now made it very tough for Jorden. Maybe the best thing for Jordan at that time was to just keep on holding the position. Rook a7. It's boring, right? That's what we think many times. Oh, it's boring, it's the same thing, it's monotonous. But sometimes that is better than the worse. Sometimes. It definitely depends on a lot of your style, how it is. Rajat Gupta says, my biggest transformation is leaving my house and shifting to Mumbai for my cricket practice. My god, that's a huge decision. Amazing. Great. As we know, risk है तो इश्क है. Nice. I am liking that Pragg is very alert. Absolutely alert. Absolutely energetic. I mean, it doesn't even look like he's been playing for so long. It looks like the game has just started for him. Just look at his eyes, no? Wide, big eyes looking from A5 to H4. You know? Kushagra says chess is an expensive game. Well, I completely disagree with that. If you want to improve in chess, yes, that's expensive. But if you want to play chess, it's cheaper because then you can play online also free. Like you cannot play cricket. Actually, you can play cricket also. It all depends, yeah, how you think. ठीक है और क्या खेल सकता है so knight b4 I think is going to happen. Let's say knight b8, maybe you don't want to exchange the knights at all and you also defend the c6 pawn. If this is what Jorden continues like thinking it's something solid, then what does Pragg have here? Right now a5 is not attacked. After a long time this king is blocking the attack. Is it a good idea to play a6 right now? No, because the rook goes to a7 and the a6 pawn is under pressure, like you cannot move the rook or the knight. Not like not possible, but if there is anything better. And what can be better? Extremely interesting idea here for white could be to go knight f7. Give up the h4 pawn, but in return, this time what you're getting is not the c6 pawn. This time what you're getting is the knight on a very powerful square, that is d6, attacking f5 and b7. So you see, if not c6, then the pawn on f5. Or you even have an option of h5. A lot of weaknesses there. If bishop goes back to e7, then you can take this with a tempo. If bishop goes back to d8, with the idea if rook h5, you want to play rook takes a5, but I'm going to ask you a very nice question here. What should white play? The people who are not asleep, the people who are not studying, the people who are not working will find very quickly. It's a simple question, of course. It's just like, are you there? It's just the question like, are you there? Okay, let me figure out a way to show the chat just moves, right? 1 second. Oh, yay, I found it. Wow, 54, 57, quick. People are very quick at it. Knight d5 is the right move. Abs, Giridhar, Rishi, Shravan, Vinaya, Dhruv, Vishwa, Ayush, Abhay, and Artisan. Well done, guys. Well done. The right move is knight d5, and do not forget this bishop over here is now giving a disco. By the way, that has happened, guys. He did not go for knight takes b4. Van Forest, Yawn Forest. Okay, Van Forest went knight b8. So, are we going to see knight f7? Will Praggnanandhaa be able to find a move knight f7? Of course, that's not the only move. There are other moves which are also strong. One is rook g1 for that matter, which was a move which many times we were looking at, having the idea rook g1, rook g6, Rook h1, rook h5. Definitely that is possible. But knight f7 is so tempting, man. So tempting. And what is he going to play? Yes, I think he's going to play knight f7. I think he's going to play that. Because for rook, his hand wouldn't be going forward. Yes, he has played knight f7. Kya baat hai, Pragg? Last few moves, you have made all the perfect moves. You get a chance and you just don't miss it, yeah? So proud of you, Pragg. And yes, all of you who had found knight d5, now you know that Pragg has calculated knight d5. Go full screen. Yes, I would really love to go full screen, but not sure which one. Maybe if you guys are going to be patient, I will try a few screens. Okay, that's Maksudlu. Ah, nice. Wait, let me just put the chair away. This should be okay. Is the board size okay? So do you like this? Maybe for some time. For some time we can have it. Rishi Kumar says Pragg is finding the best at the right time. Absolutely. Pragg OP. Knight f7. Now this is becoming... look, chess is 99% tactics. So whatever it is, at the end, it is going to convert into tactics. Without any doubt. So after knight f7, if Van goes for bishop h4, we know knight d6 is happening. Maybe he will think, okay, right now what else do I have? Let me just take the pawn. If he doesn't play bishop h4, then he needs to stop knight d6, which means he has to go bishop e7, so that this is stopped. But as the good thing is, white is having all the time two plans. So Pragg is threatening to move the knight and attack the f5 pawn, or the other way he is threatening to get the rook to g1. Oh, he played bishop e7. He doesn't want to have the knight on d6. Of course, he would be very scared of that. So now Pragg has the choice to go rook g1. Rook g1 seems like the right time. There is another idea. This knight goes to d3 maybe, and also goes to e5. Oh my god, the knights. Look at the knights. That's the whole thing in the closed position, guys. One moment and the life of a knight is changed. It sees the sunshine. It becomes a day for the knight. You see? That's the thing about closed positions. Just looking at every move of this game is going to help you increase your understanding about closed positions. He's going rook g1. Yes, that's a good move, Pragg. Don't think. Go for it. So rook g1 is not attacking g7. We know that. But what is it threatening? It's threatening rook g6. Yeah, he played rook g1 very calmly. Narendra says 12 moves in 12 minutes, easily manageable. Oh yeah, we did forget about the time. But yes, he has to still make 12 moves in 12 minutes. In fact, Jorden had a bad position since since the beginning of the game in a way, but he's managed to take the game to till this point. In between, he did manage to create, also some kind of tension. Amazing. Rocky, Gukesh has lost the game. Arjun has lost the game. So these are the updates. Magnus has won the game. By the way, very quickly, if we have to look at, wait a second. Maksudlu versus what has happened? Okay, they are still playing. Maybe Maksudlu is still fighting. No, trying for a win. Vincent, what about the rook? And oh my god! Vincent was clearly better and now he's lost the advantage. But what happened? He went rook c2. c5 was played. Yes, this was all okay. He went rook c3, not a great idea. b4 was a strong move, but he went rook c3. f6, that's a nice break. And rook b3 was the game changer. Vincent had to take the pawn here, takes, and then go rook b3, attacking this pawn, forcing the rook to go back, and then going king h4. Of course, it was still not very easy, but something like h3, g4, a4 to improve the position. Maybe that was the idea. Okay, there still was a lot of depth. We cannot go into it right now. But fe5, rook b6, king f5, and now rook c6. This is the position. Ding will defend a pawn. Wow, Ding has managed to save this. This is brilliant. Okay, going back to Praggnanandhaa's game, rook g1 has been played. Van Forest is thinking. He clearly knows there is no g1 anymore in this game. By the way, Ramesh says he's from Nepal. Very nice. Yeah, it's a great chat, guys. From so many countries, all of you are watching. It's amazing. Siddharth says, Amrita, how are you doing? Just joining. How are the Indian boys doing? Siddharth, it was not a very good day for us today. Nodirbek beat Arjun in a very amazing game. He converted the slight advantage in such a beautiful way. You must definitely have a look at that game later. Arjun tried to defend really hard, but one or two key moments where he could not keep up that momentum, and Nodirbek won very nicely. Gukesh had a better position against Wesley after the opening, but he landed up into severe time pressure, which was very difficult which is very difficult if you want to play against Wesley. So he also lost. And Praggnanandhaa's game right now we are all watching. Magnus won against Richard. Richard played some crazy sacrifice, but he definitely miscalculated. So it was not at all difficult for Magnus. And Anish's game ended in a draw very quickly. Praggnanandhaa is playing. He has been having advantage since the beginning, but because the nature of the position is closed, it's a very slow strategic game going on. It was still not very easy in the middle game. Let's see how it goes now. Pragg is winning. He's found some amazing moves in the last few minutes. So after rook g1, Van Forest, how is he going to defend? What other pieces is going to bring back? Is bishop h4 going to be possible now? By the way, that's a question. Because if you go knight d6 now, the same thing will it work? Rook a7. You also have rook g6. Yes. Yes, and for king d3, nice. This knight. Oh god, these knights are crazy. So that does work. So bishop h4 is out of question. Apart from bishop h4, if let's say black also says I also want to bring my knights for the defense, and he goes knight d7 or something, then maybe now you've lost the square. So maybe knight a6 check is really strong. This is the only move. There is no other square which is possible for the king to go. All are controlled. King c8. No, but nothing is happening with this check, yeah? Sorry. Nothing is happening with this check. So it doesn't make sense. Knight d7 is actually a good practical defense maybe. And knight e5 would be strong in that case, because now you are attacking c6. If you go back knight b8, then I'll go rook g6. So that's not working. And if you take on e5, then I will take with the f pawn. And now if you take on h4, I have rook g6. And this is also hanging. Once c6 goes, then d5 is gone. Then these two are crazy passes. So that's a nice those are nice tactical ideas there. But also after knight d7, can you just go rook g6 is a question. Yes, rook g6, knight f8, trying to defend this. Then the problem is you will again have to go back with the rook. So that's why knight d7, which is kind of preparing rook g6 in a way. So yeah, what is Van Forest going to do? He has 21 minutes. Sorry. Rutik Bamble says, hi Amrita, are those chess tables designed to a level that players can lean with so much strength? Yeah, the tables definitely look very sturdy. They always take care of tables and chairs. They generally keep some space, as you can see, for the hands to rest. Then the height of the table is also important. Those things are generally taken care of for such important events. In fact, Pragg is not eating and drinking anything. Wonder how he survives for such a long time. You can see so many times Jorden drinking the juice, yeah? Oh, knight d7 played. That's amazing. Knight d7 has been played by Van Forest. This is again another decision for Pragg. Important decision. 10 minutes, 11 moves. And will he play knight e5 here? One good idea can also be to give a check, go king c8, then come back with the knight. Why? Because he is able to make two moves and gain some time. So that's a good idea. Knight give check. It's a common trick. He could do that. Okay, but there is only one thing which he'll have to consider. After knight a6, king c8, knight b4, whether rook c7 is possible. No, he goes knight e5. Man, this guy. He just is so good at this. So good. Knight e5. What a classy move is this. Knight e5. You have attacked the c6 pawn. You are asking, dude, what are you going to do here? How are you planning to defend? There is knight d8, there is knight b8, and there is knight takes e5. Okay, and there is bishop h4. But Van Forest, when he played knight d7, he knew knight e5 was coming. He just doesn't think much. He takes on e5. Pragg is ready with fe5. Now incoming is rook g6. c6 is completely going to be under pressure, then d5. So right now, if bishop h4, let's say if Van Forest goes for that, then there is rook g6. You try to defend this, then there is knight c6, and we know it's a case of deflection. This would be lost because of this would be lost because of, guys, what move? c6. A beauty here, takes, and you cannot stop the queen. Yeah, Rishi, Devin, Gamer, sarcasm, amazing, guys, amazing. As you see, yeah, it's all converting into tactics now. Only tactics, in fact. So fe5 has been played. What else can you play? Bishop h4 is out of consideration. He may try to stop rook g6. He may try to go g5 here. And you can just take on g5. Take, and then, as you know, there are many weaknesses in the position. 1, 2, 3. Already there are 3 weaknesses. Plus, this is a pass pawn. So, it's hard. Only thing is, what we have to see is, what are the moves Pragg is going to choose to convert, and he has been doing it beautifully since last few moves. Beautifully. Like since he played f4 and 41st move, where we were discussing about, okay, it's a big commitment, he knew what he was doing. He knew where this commitment was going. He knew he was okay. Next 10 moves, all the moves he played slow and steady and the perfect timing. Knight e5 was important. The moment black went back with his bishop, he just quickly jumped onto the square. That was the key moment. And knight f7. This was another key moment when you had to still activate the knight. Understand that knight d6 is really very powerful. It's just played brilliant for the last 10 moves. fe5. We are at this position. And Van Forest is thinking. Benedict says Pragg is playing creative and innovative. Rasmus says 99% accuracy. Wow, nice. Rajat asks my predictions. I'm not really sure, but Nodirbek definitely in top 3. Magnus definitely by hook or by crook. He somehow is able to, bounce back always. And Anish and yeah, as of now, but that is all dependent on how they're playing. But I'm sure like Arjun and Pragg. Pragg, I think, yeah, definitely Pragg also. Top 4, I will say. Out in top 4, maybe these 4, I would say. Yes. So guys, what is your prediction for Pragg's next move? After no, fe5 is, sorry, it's Van Forest's move. We have to see what he plays, because for him bishop h4 is a choice, king d7 is a choice, and g5 is a choice. Look at Pragg's body language, na? He's so relaxed. Oh, they changed the camera angle, huh? Huh. Oh, he plays king d7, and Pragg plays rook g6, rook c7. So knight c6, there is rook c6. That's happening. You can't do that. As of now, Van Forest has secured his c6 pawn, which was always the barter. But what do you do now? Important question to all of you. What are you going to choose now? Because You have until now got everything what you wanted. Somehow the pawns are still existing there. The c6 pawn is there. So what is the move you will choose? It's not about one move is winning or anything like that, but I just, what is the choice you would make? Most of the people are okay going for that move. Interesting. So many various moves, it's not like normally how it happens. People will say, chat will say, this is the move, and one move has such a huge favorism. In this case, while I was speaking that, suddenly one move has got huge favorism. Let me show you guys. I'll just show you what everyone's suggesting. Look at this. Everyone's suggesting a6 as the first main option. Then there is knight a6, and then there is knight d3, bishop e1, those moves, yeah? Let's go back to the position, and if you play here a6, then there is bishop h4, and you can of course go a7, rook a7, knight c6, and this is a possibility, but you kind of reduced your advantage after e6. If you go knight a6, again the rook goes to c8, you have not progressed in any way. This knight is doing nothing. So what Pragg actually played, knight a6 and a6 were not really giving you anything. There was one possibility which was knight d3 with the idea of knight e4, hitting the knight, forcing it to move so that the e pawn becomes free. And what Pragg played was bishop e1, a simple defending move. He said, okay, fine, you have defended everything, I am defending my h4, but I've got my rook on g6, which is so powerful. I've got these weaknesses here which I'm going to attack, and I am now maybe ready to push the pawn from a5. So this is how he is going to think. I'm also going to improve my king position. So right now black doesn't have a good plan. He only can defend. Again, the ball is in Pragg's court. Bishop e1, a solid move. That's what he played. Did anyone by chance suggest bishop e1? Yeah, few. What? This is funny. Richard Rappo had suggested bishop e1. Vatsal, EG, Arka, Sonam, Priti, and Rex. Okay, guys. Nice. So, he played bishop e1, and how much time does he have? 10 minutes. Manas Mejari says, Sagar, it was nice meeting you in person today. I have been following CBI from abroad past 3 years. Great event today with Aditya Simon and Tipsy Sir's insights. Great inspiring work by CBI. Arey, nice Manas. So glad that you enjoyed today at Phoenix, and definitely if Sagar wakes up, we'll make him read the message, or I'll tell him at least if he doesn't wake up. Yeah, bishop e1 was already played, and I was completely a tube light. I agree with you. There is no doubt. Bishop e1. Let's see what Jorden is. He's about to play. He's about to make the move. Is he going to play f4? Yes. He plays f4, trying to find some counterplay, getting out of the position. Maybe we can have a bigger screen. F4. Let's look at it with a fresh mind now. F4, what is happening? First of all, guys, I'm going to ask you an important question. But it's always great to have an important question which is very easy. Ready? What happens for ef4? Why is ef4 a blunder? Look at this. Even before I asked, people started actually answering. They could easily guess what the next question was. क्या ही speed. Lovely. At 12:15, your brains are working. Oh, did I show the chat chess moves early? Maybe. Abhinav Maharshi Sports with Tanish, Madhusudan, Raj, Kansara, Nikipedia, Rostek, Rishi, Deven, Nishkit. Superb, guys. Superb. Very quick that was. Let's go back to the position. F4 is ef4 would be a super blunder because of this fork. Until the knights exist on the board, you must be alert for forks. So f4, that's a small trick. Pragg is ready with his move. Can you guess what's his next move is? Oh, now he goes for a6. After all this time, that pawn on a5, I have to check actually how long it was. Guys, how long was it on a5? And really wanting to progress in life. This pawn is like all of you who are stuck at 1500, 1600, you know. From here, from 0 to 1000, 1200, 1500 आ गए फटाफट, वहाँ पे रुक गए. But all you must know, at some point, there is going to be progress. Keep working, guys. Keep working. फिर a6 आएगा. So, the question is, how long was the pawn on a5? He played a6. This is the timing he chose. What else did he have? What other option did he have? Not really, actually. So that's why maybe bishop e1 was good, but maybe knight d3 was also a good idea. It also stopped f4. After a6, now Van Forest, what is he going to do? There is no a7 incoming as of now. Is there knight c6, rook c6, a7? No, there is still rook a6. Still no a7 at all. That's not happening. What is he going to do? This is defended. So it's just some progress. Some progress, yeah? Maguire says, I'm from Canada and I love your channel. Oh, that is awesome. Graham Pawar says, गजब बेइज्जती है. होनी ही चाहिए ना फिर. Prashant Prabhakar says, I am stuck at 2200 from 6 months. Oh, wow. 2200. That's nice. That's cool. Do try to improve your decision making. And definitely watch the live games which, like we had from World Rapid, or the live games which we post between two players like this, and try to guess the moves. Feel yourself in their shoes. Kshitij says, I'm from India and I also love your channel. Arey, thank you. Okay, let's analyze what good does black have here. Can't move the rook, ye marega. If he moves the, if he goes rook a7, then there is knight c6. So it's tied down. It's not happening here. If he moves the knight now, okay, knight f8, otherwise the f4 pawn is hanging. Then anywhere g7 is hanging. Knight can't move. Bishop can't go anywhere here. He can go bishop d8 as a waiting move. Yes, that's possible. Then you have a nice move here, knight d3. Now you're attacking the f4 pawn. Now you're forcing him to move the f pawn. It cannot sustain over there. And some simplifications have happened. This knight will then come to f4, force this exchange as well. But as we know, there are too many weaknesses in black's position. That's why it's not really mattering if this bishop is a passive bishop or a bad bishop. Uh, this is one thing. So knight d3 is in Pragg's hand always. If not bishop d8, if he goes if he goes fe3 directly, then king e3. And if black tries to solidify his defense so that his knight on e6 will get free, this could be an option. But now maybe time to remember that this bishop can also dream, can go to g3, and until this blockader exists it's fine. But if it moves, then you have to be extremely careful about such laser discourse. And don't forget the b7 square is now very important, that it needed to be under control, and that's what the a6 pawn does, stopping rook b7. If he goes a rook c8, then a7, again stopping rook b8. Now he cannot go rook c7. So this can be really... Oh, by the way, something happened in the game. a6, rook c8 is played, but just right now we were seeing that a7 would be very strong. Stops rook b8. Should be a very good idea. And after a7, if rook a8, then there is knight c6. Will he play? Yes, he's playing. He's playing a7. Amazing. Doesn't leave the moment. Let's go to the main board. Yeah. Well, look at Van Forest. He just looked that side. Now he knows it's almost over. You can see it. Pragg has been so consistent in his calm body language today. Like the full of energy in a way. Energetic calmness, I will call that. It's amazing. How does he get so much energy without eating and drinking anything? That's something which really surprises me. Buddy's vlog asks, can you please explain how to access this move prediction chat votes to the new users? No, you just have to, whenever a move is asked, you have to write the notation in the chat. And Keith, who has been a subscriber, who has been a follower of ChessBiz India, was very kind to build something amazing. Oh, he plays fe3 after a7. By the way, a7 I had not made on the board. Very sorry for that. But it stops rook b8 and f takes e3 has been played. Are we about to see a resignation or not yet? King e3. Super winning for Praggnanandhaa right now. Goes knight d8. But right now there are many ways, but a very nice way to win, guys. Can you find a nice move here? Can you find a nice move? Oh yeah, if Pragg wins, AB, you're right, then it would be like both the siblings winning today. That would be so cool, right? It would be a great day. Saurabh says, love ChessBiz channel from Hungary. Arey, nice. Budapest is, by the way, one of the favorite cities for Sagar. He's really loved that place so much. Yeah, yaar, chat, you guys are too good. Too good, too good. Arey, board is not struck. Super proud of you guys. Yes. E6 is the right move. Will Pragg find it? Because if knight takes e6, then another blow. Knight c6. You cannot move this rook. There is queen happening. If king takes, then there is. Oops. Mouse slip, guys. Rook e6 check and attacks this. So if king d7, then the rook goes to b6 with the idea of rook b8. And if you go rook a8, then again comes c6. Just look at the pawns, na? Up tak they were like, they just couldn't even move. It was all such a block position, and now they're just rolling, and you're gonna lose the piece here. Or if you go king d6, then there is c7. You cannot control both the pawns. Should be super winning. Yeah, very beautiful variation. Can we see that finish on the board? Would be so amazing. Will Pragg play e6? I think so. I think so. He's gonna find e6. He has 4 minutes. By the way, Pragg has come down to 4 minutes. Never even realized that. He has to make 4 moves, but the position is clearly winning. Still a little bit of stress is always there. Just looking at his eyesight, you can sense he's calculating e6. Okay, he plays knight a6. That is also another good move. Knight a6. The idea was knight b8 and queen. So Van Forest instantly plays rook a8. And Pragg may now think of bishop a5. Because if takes, then there is knight b8 check. Yeah, he plays bishop a5. Move number 58. E6 was definitely very beautiful, but I think for some reason Pragg felt that this is safer. Maybe because of the 60 moves. But of course, even this is clearly winning. And safer. Rook a7, he gives. Knight b8 check. If king goes to e8, then bishop takes d8. King takes d8 would directly lose a check, a fork. So bishop takes d8. Then knight takes c6. Yeah, resignation incoming for sure. Oh, he played king e8. Very calmly, Pragg takes on d8, looks at Van Forest that it's over, and I know that you know it. That's what the stare means. Pragg, otherwise, very rarely you will see him looking at his opponent. Very rarely. So, bishop d8 and knight c6 is going to be happening. King f7 is a counter attack, but this rook g7, king g7, and this endgame would be winning for white. Wait, let's see what he plays first. Yeah, knight c6. Resignation, I think maybe now or maybe 2-3 moves more. Gaming with Dragon says, please resign, I want to sleep. He looks at how many moves have been over. It's 61st move. He checks that and then he gets up. I think the time pressure, whatever it was, little bit of it, that's done. 5 minutes extra he's got, you see. And this is the final one. Rook a3 check. Van Forest gives rook a3 check. Of course, you go to f4 here. Very happy to go to f4 in fact. King f4. King f4, maybe he'll play bishop h4 here. But then you go rook g7. Win this pawn. This and this is too close. Yeah, that's happening on the board. Bishop h4. Rook g7 is also going to happen. The king is going to come in. Oh, are we going to see a nice checkmate? That would be amazing. Rakshit says, jaldi resign karo bhai, padna hai. Everyone's like, you guys are not leaving, huh? Though you want to study. It's like, game must get over. And then the show will go on for you. Nice. So one mating pattern would be the pawn on e6 and this back rank mate, because it all would be controlled. What did he play? He played rook a6. He attacks the knight here. Well, you can defend the knight, or you could go knight b4 and maybe fork. Both are good moves. Both are good moves. It's just about the preference. अर्का से जॉर्डन भाई भरोसा रखो, प्राग हरा देगा आपको, रिजाइन कर दो. हाँ, उसको हिंदी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. Evil Boy Gaming says that's why I settled my study schedule from 2 a.m. Scheduled is बाप रे, अरे बाप रे, क्या ही planning है. How do you guys don't feel sleepy when you start studying so late? And then when do you sleep? Oh, Ganesh says 3.1k watching. Yes, and while 3000 people are watching, the resignation has happened. Pragg has won. Jorden is smiling. He knows that initially something terribly had gone wrong. It was a long game. Rook c7 was the final move from Pragg, defending the knight, and there is no stopping to king f5. Later, this is weak. This pawn is going zero counterplay. Better to take save energy. Better to say to other people, yes, guys, now you can study. Great game by Praggnanandhaa. That was an amazing strategy we witnessed on the board today. Amazing understanding of the knight maneuvers, especially the knight maneuvers. The moment to realize that you cannot go knight e5 until it was being captured by his bishop, and then the moment you get the chance, you use it as a springboard, you go to f7. just played brilliant few moves towards the end, and I think this was definitely a game that if you have seen it today, full game, then your understanding would have improved. So, all those who are stuck, I'm sure after this tournament ends on 29th, after that, in the next few days, your rating might really improve. So, thanks a lot to all of you for watching, for finding the moves whenever the question was asked, for keeping the chat going. So, final roundup for today is we had the best result of Pragg winning with Jorden, and Arjun lost today with Nodirbek. It was a very good game by Nodirbek. Gukesh lost against Wesley. He had a better position, but unfortunately the time pressure was too much to handle. Magnus won with Richard Rappo. It was not a very difficult game. It was all crazy, but Richard had miscalculated and Anish had a very quick draw. So that's about today, about the other results. By the way, there is one game still going on, Fabiano Maksudlu versus Fabiano, and I think, not sure who is exact. Maybe Maksudlu is trying. It's a draw, but definitely a position where you miss something and it could just, the tables could turn. So yes, that was it, guys. Thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow, and take care, everybody. No, tomorrow is a rest day. Oh my god. No, sorry. Today is 22nd. We will see you today. And Rakshay says update, Pragg moves 2698.6. With the win, he is world number 42. He has gained 14.6 rating points in this tournament so far. Oh, that's a nice statistics there. And a great update. Thank you so much, Rakshit. So all of you go study, all the best. Study like how Pragg played today with Jorden. 7 hours. Sorry, 6 hours. Study for 6 hours continuously. All the best. Bye-bye. Okay, let's find end stream.